Good evening, councillors, staff, members of the public. Please be upstanding for Her Worship Mayor Karen Vernon.
Good evening, everyone. It is now 6:32 p.m. and I'll declare this ordinary council meeting of the town of Victoria Park is open. I'd like to begin with an acknowledgement of the traditional owners. Nunjarapan Wajak Noongar Budja Yakan Nidja Bilya Barduk. I am honoured to be standing on Wajak Noongar country on the banks of the Swan River. Nan Kadach Noongar Mort Ken Kadak Nidja Noongar Budja. Nan Kadach Nidja Noongar Brudia Kora Yeye. Border Balapan Mordich Noongar Kadajan Mort Wer Budja Yeye. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land and respect past, present and emerging leaders, their continuing cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land which continues to be important today. Nanyunka Balapan Noongar Brudia Wer Mort Nidja Budja. I thank them for the contribution made to life in the town of Victoria Park and to this region. Please be seated, everyone. A very warm welcome to everyone to our final council meeting for 2025. Item 2 on the agenda is announcements from the presiding member. They are a lot, so I'll just let everyone know right now that they can settle in because there's plenty of things to talk about. 2.1 relates to recording and live streaming of proceedings. So in accordance with Regulation 14I of the Local Government Administration Regulations 1996, this meeting is being audio and video recorded and live streamed on the town's website. Under Clause 39(1) of the Meeting Procedures Local Law 2019, I do not give my permission for any other person to record the proceedings of this meeting other than the administration. By being present at this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their image and voice may be live streamed to the public. Recordings are also made available on the town's website following the meeting. 2.2 is public question time and public statement time. There are guidelines that need to be adhered to in our council meetings, and during question and statement time, people speaking are not to personalise any questions or statements about elected members, town staff, or to use any possible defamatory remarks. In accordance with Clause 40 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law, a person addressing the Council shall extend due courtesy and respect to the Council and the processes under which it operates, and shall comply with any direction by the presiding member. A person present at or observing a meeting shall not create a disturbance at a meeting by interrupting or interfering with the proceedings, whether by expressing approval or dissent, by conversing, or by any other means. When the presiding member speaks during public question time or public statement time, any person who is then speaking is to immediately stop, and everyone present is to preserve strict silence so that the presiding member may be heard without interruption. As is our usual practice, there is a limit of 3 questions per person and 2 minutes per person allocated for statement time. If, of course, there are very few people who wish to ask questions, we can be more flexible with those limitations. They are intended to make sure, as per the Local Government Act, everyone has a fair and equal opportunity to be heard. 2.3, no adverse reflection in accordance with Clause 56 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law. Both elected members and the public, when speaking, are not to reflect adversely on the characters or actions of other elected members or employees. Now, I'm going to go to a number of other announcements. Firstly, a congratulations to the town of Victoria Park on delivering another great Victoria Park Summer Street party on Saturday the 29th of November. It's fair to say that the weather was balmy, the crowds were large and pretty well behaved, and the entertainment was both interesting, accessible and diverse, and I thought pretty darn good. And this event, in my view, gets better every year. So, Mr. CEO, Mr. Chief Community Planner, if you could pass along Council's congratulations to your teams who worked so hard for a whole year preparing for this event. I'm sure they're already planning 2026. Now, also have to note that we have a number of staff at senior management level who will be leaving the town. So at the end of this month, the town will farewell Ros Ellis, the Manager of Stakeholder Relations, and Paul Denham, the Manager of Property Development and Leasing, who are each taking up new senior management roles in other local governments. So I wanted to take this opportunity to simply reflect a little bit on both of them. Ros Ellis commenced her employment with the town in 2021 in her current role. She has built a diverse team across her key responsibilities of communications, customer relations and engagement, advocacy and sponsorships. During her tenure, Ros has completed a professional corporate rebranding for the town, built a new website, revitalised the town's social media platforms, overhauled our sponsorship program and increased the town's communications profile. Ros has also coordinated some of our most notable advocacy priority projects, including in particular funding for Lathlane Park Zone 1 redevelopment and the opposition to the Burswood racetrack. On a personal note, I've appreciated Ros's enthusiasm for working with the Mayor's office to promote the town over that time. Paul Denham also commenced working with the town in 2021 in his current role. Paul has undertaken significant work reviewing and updating all the town's leasing documents and policies, reviewing the town's entire property portfolio and preparing a new land asset optimisation strategy. In addition, he has undertaken negotiations for major priority capital projects such as the redevelopment of Lathlane Park Zone 1 and the lease of Elizabeth Bailey House to Black Oak Capital Ventures. Paul's legal skills and attention to detail has ensured that we have modern commercial documentation and fit-for-purpose policies for managing our physical assets. On behalf of Council, I wish to express our appreciation thanks to both Ros and Paul for their dedication and enthusiasm in working to achieve the Council's strategic objectives for the benefit of our community. And again, on behalf of Council, I wish Ros and Paul every success in their future endeavours. I now also have some sad news to impart in relation to John Gleeson. On the 19th of November, John Gleeson, a long-time resident and business owner in the town, passed away following a period of illness. After speaking with his family recently, they informed me that in his youth, Mr. Gleeson was a hard worker who at one stage held down 3 jobs at the same time just to support his family. He had a varied working life, turning his hand to everything from being a waiter to running his own business, Gleeson Motor Trimmers and Upholsterers in Raleigh Street, Carlisle, for many years. A regular attendee at council meetings over many years, Mr Gleeson was always robust in his questions and statements for council, and he took his role in holding council to account seriously. The first time I met with Mr Gleeson and had a cup of tea with him, I learned that he was a passionate collector of flags. And I recall in my time on council, he lobbied the council for over a year to install an additional flagpole out the front of this building so that the town's own flag would not have to be removed every time a temporary flag was flown for special occasions. His advocacy paid off, and the town in due course did install an additional flagpole. Mr Gleeson came to our council meeting after the flagpole had been installed, and he was quite emotional when I presented him with one of the town's own flags at that meeting for him to take for his personal collection. On behalf of council and the town of Victoria Park, I extend our sincere condolences to Mr Gleeson's family and friends on their sad loss. Now in relation to the Mayor's report from November to December 2025, on the 19th of November, I attended the All Abilities Art Exhibition featuring artworks by students at Carson Street School, which was done in collaboration with the WA Disabled Sports Association, which is also based in the town. On 21 November, I was delighted to light up Vic Park by ceremoniously switching on the town's Christmas lights and decorations as part of a family-friendly evening of activities held at Reid Park. I received a lot of positive feedback that night, and thanks from local residents who attended for holding the event, and it was a great success with a large turnout. That same day, I was also elected as the new chairperson of the South East Metropolitan Regional Roads subgroup, a position I'll hold until 2027. On the 27th of November, in my role as the chair of the South East Metropolitan Regional Roads subgroup, I attended my first Metropolitan Regional Roads meeting at Main Roads, and I was elected the deputy chairperson of that group for the next 2 years. That evening, I attended a Mindarie Regional Council meeting. On 28 November, the CEO and I had a meeting with Hannah Beasley, MLA, the member for Victoria Park, where our topics included updates on our major infrastructure projects, our advocacy for funding for the Rutland Avenue PSP, Archer Street speed issues, and a number of local resident issues that Ms Beasley wished to raise with us. Later that day, the CEO and I met with Black Oak's Managing Director Tim Mack on site at Elizabeth Bailey House for a walkthrough of the progress on the Black Oak Heritage redevelopment, which I'm pleased to say is almost complete. The CEO and I then went and inspected the town's upgrade project at Elizabeth Bailey Park to follow up on our commitment in relation to the recent discovery of trees that had been removed without authorisation by council. That evening, I presented the winners of the Children's Art Awards with their prizes as part of the annual Members Art Exhibition at the Victoria Park Centre for the Arts, and I congratulate the winners publicly tonight, Tora Middleton, Queenie Zhong and Suri Nguyen. On 29 November, I was very excited to officially open the Vic Park Summer Street Party, which was attended, as I said earlier, by a huge crowd, and it was definitely one of the best street parties yet. And I again got plenty of positive feedback from partygoers who thought it was a great activation for Albany Highway and the town, with some calling for us to do it the following week. I had to let those people know we couldn't do it the following week. Maybe the following year. On 30 November, I spoke at the Save Burswood Park Alliance's community picnic at Burswood Park, along with Basil Zemplis, MLA, Leader of the Opposition, and Brad Pettit, MLC, Leader of the Greens WA. On the 1st of December, I joined Jenny Seaton in the studio at Curtin FM Radio for a detailed discussion about the WA Government's proposal for a racetrack at Burswood Park, the rebranding of Burswood Park as Perth Park, the EPA's decision not to review this project, and the business case summary. On 2 December, the CEO and I attended the inaugural South East Corridor Council's Alliance Housing Forum hosted at the City of Canning. In collaboration with WA Business News, this business breakfast brought together property developers, planners and builders for a panel discussion on how the South East Corridor local governments of Armidale, Gosnells, Canning and Victoria Park can support increased transit-oriented housing developments along the Armidale rail line. There was a really good crowd in attendance, and we've already had some of those developers reach out to myself and the CEO seeking meetings with our staff to progress matters. Later on that same morning, I attended the East Victoria Park Primary School's Year 6 graduation, and I presented the Mayor's Core Citizenship Award to Casey Fawcett. That afternoon, the CEO and I attended the town's audit exit interview with our contract auditors RSM and the Office of the Auditor General, where the town was informed it would be receiving an unqualified audit report, which is great news for us, and we now have that signed off. On the 3rd of December, I attended a Burswood Park Board meeting. Later that day, I joined the Burswood Park Board CEO and musicians from the WA Symphony Orchestra to promote this year's Santa's Symphony in the Park. So I'll promote it now. Santa's Symphony in the Park, free event, coming up this Saturday night, 13 December, event starting from 4:30 p.m. onwards at Burswood Park. Should be a wonderful night. The town is the talent sponsor for that event, so it's a great opportunity for our community to come out and hear amazing Christmas music from the WA Symphony Orchestra. On the 5th of December, I attended the Carson Street School graduation and awards ceremony, and I presented Rainbow Hero Awards to Lee Moana and Tyler Pickett. That afternoon, the Chief Operations Officer and I met with Matthew Johnson of the Autism Association of WA at Elizabeth Bailey Park for a walkthrough of the new children's playground, which was influenced by input from Autism WA in the design stages of that project. On the 6th of December, I held the final share with the Mayor for the year at the library. On 7 December, I attended the Friends of Jerderup Bushland's International Volunteers Day thank you morning tea at Harold Rossiter Park. That evening, I officially opened the Lathlane Primary School P&C's Christmas Carols at Raymond Park. On 8 December, I presided at a citizenship ceremony for 17 new Australian citizens from 13 countries. And earlier today, the CEO and I hosted a meeting of the South East Corridor Councils Alliance, where the key topics on the agenda were development of our advocacy priorities for 2026, local government reform of rating exemptions, and progress report on the $10 million Cleaning Up the Canning River Restoration Project. So, those are the Mayor's report for the last month. I would like to say that in looking at this year in retrospect, I just want to talk about one thing really. This was the year the town of Victoria Park received national recognition for environmental sustainability for our birdwaterers. It was a really great moment for everyone who currently works at the town, those who've worked at the town in the past who worked on this project. It has been a complete triumph, and I do have some latest up-to-the-minute details to share with regards to the birdwaterers, which was so great to hear that we have now actually sold 149 birdwaterers, not just across Western Australia, but our first 6 arrived in the city of Port Phillip last month, where they have found out through the national award about our birdwaterers, and orders are coming in from the eastern states, which is a great thing because it's a wonderful way for us to protect our bird life, especially during the hot summers in Western Australia. So I think for me that was a standout moment, but there were many other notable moments in this particular year. But of course, this is that time of the year where we have our final meeting for the year. And so I do have a few things that I would like to say. On behalf of Council, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the CEO, the chiefs, the senior leadership team, and all of the town staff for their hard work, commitment, and enthusiasm in delivering quality services to our community this year. It is fair to say we have had a number of challenges this year. They haven't necessarily covered us all in glory, and our staff work hard and they feel those matters personally, as do we at Council. But I want to say that Council is very appreciative of the extent and diversity of the programs, initiatives, services and projects that our staff have helped to deliver this year, all dedicated to making Victoria Park a dynamic place for everyone. Thank you to all of my colleagues on Council during this year, both past and present. I have valued your commitment to the significant workload of a councillor, your passion for championing the things that matter to our community, your positive attitude to our work in collaboration, and your support to me as we perform the important work of Council together. Finally, I want to wish everyone, including those in our community, a joyous, peaceful and safe Christmas and holiday season. I hope it is enjoyed with your family and friends. I think we have all well and truly earned a break at the end of this very busy year. So that wraps up the announcements from me as the presiding member. Item 3 on the agenda is attendance. We have all elected members in attendance, and there are a number of town staff led by the CEO, Mr. Askew. There are no apologies and no one on approved leave of absence. Item 4 is declarations of interest. Mr. CEO, do we have any declarations of interest, please?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Yes, we do. Item 12.1, Councillor Biondi, a financial interest. I have a financial interest with respect to Urbanista. Item 13.2, Councillor Biondi, an impartiality interest. I have received communication from electors in relation to this item. Again, item 13.2, Councillor Crozer, impartiality. I have had communication with members of the community about this item. Item 13.2, Councillor Ingram. I disclose that I have engaged with members of the local community regarding their advocacy positions on this particular item. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Item 13.2, yourself, Mayor Vernon, impartiality. I have had numerous communications with members of the community with regard to Rutland Avenue project, and in particular the two-way option. I've also met with a number of people in the community and done advocacy on behalf of the town and council to members of Parliament. Item 22.1.1 and 22.1.2, myself, a financial interest. Both these matters relate to my performance and contract of employment.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Now, are there any elected members who haven't declared an interest who still need to do so, please? Councillor Minson.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Item 13.2, impartiality. I've had communications with members of the community about this item.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who needs to declare? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 13.2, impartiality. I've had communication from the community in regards to this item.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Gordon-Manley.
Thank you. Item 13.2. I've had communication with the community about this.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? All right. Well, just a gentle reminder that if you do find as we go through the meeting that you do have an interest that you need to declare, you do need to do that before we begin any discussion about the item. So please make sure you draw that to my attention if that is something that you discover in the course of this meeting. So we are now beginning to move on to the substantive part of the meeting. Item 5 is public question time, which I am now going to open at 6:52 p.m. I've got a number of people on the list who've already indicated that they would like to ask questions. I'm going to go through those people on the list, and at the end of that I'll ask members in the gallery if they still would like to ask questions if they weren't one of those persons. So first on the list, Vince Maxwell. Please come forward. Please state your name and your suburb in accordance with our meeting procedures rules.
Good evening, everyone. Vince Maxwell from Victoria Park. My question is, under delegated authority, the CEO determines the town's bushfire clearance requirements, and this year those requirements mandate that landowners keep flammable material cleared and dead grass maintained below 50 millimetres for the 6-month period from the 31st of October to the 30th of April. A few weeks ago, I provided the Mayor with a photograph of land under the town's control showing weeds approximately 500 millimetres high, which is 10 times the permitted height imposed on residents. The Mayor's response was that the town does not have the budget to cut this grass. So my question is, if a private landowner cannot afford to comply with the town's bushfire clearance requirements for the entire 6 months, are they similarly exempt from enforcement, or does a different standard apply to the town as a landowner?
So firstly, Mr. Maxwell, I did not say to you that the town did not have a budget for that. I informed you that the town has not in the past and does not currently mow all verges on all roads and streets within the town. I informed you that it only mows the verges of the predominant roadways such as Albany Highway, Shepperton Road, Berwick Street, Welshpool Road, but we do not mow the verges on all the local roads. And I encouraged you, if you wish to make a submission to council, that they should include an increase in the places we would mow verges during budget time. You should make that available to council. Now, Mr. CEO, are you in a position to answer the balance of Mr. Maxwell's question, or is that a matter for the CFO in relation to the delegation?
Might refer that one to the CFO, please.
Mr. CFO, is it the case that we require a different standard in relation to management of the town's properties than we do that we require for private landowners under the Bushfire Management Act?
Mayor, I'll take that on notice for the specific requirements for the local government.
All right, we'll take that on notice. Thank you. Do you have another question, Mr. Maxwell?
Yes, I do. At last month's council meeting, the Mayor requested that I put in writing my question about what formal controls council has put in place to regulate the CEO's authority over tree removal on land controlled by the town. So on the 21st of November, that letter was sent to the town with the Mayor and the councillors and the CEO copied. To date, no response has been received from anyone. So the question was pretty straightforward. Has council adopted any policy, local law or other binding instrument that specifically restricts or guides the CEO's authority to remove trees on land owned or controlled by the town? If so, please identify it, and if not, please confirm that no such control exists.
Refer that to the Chief Operations Officer, Ms. Lebicus.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. We actually responded to your questions today, and I apologise for the delay in doing that. The policy that guides these activities is our tree management policy, which is policy 225, and we've provided that to you in our response.
What time was that sent? Because I didn't get an email up until about 5:30.
All right, Mr. Maxwell. Ms. Lebicus, do you know, or was that sent by an administrative officer on your behalf?
It was sent at 4:59.
4:59, Mr. Maxwell. I won't count that as an additional question. Do you have a third question?
Well, it's now apparent that while landowners face penalties up to $200,000 under the Tree Protection Planning Policy, a policy publicly championed by the Mayor, there appears to be no equivalent governance controls protecting trees on land owned by the town, the largest landowner of all. You, Mayor, have been repeatedly quoted in the media as saying heads will roll, which was a paraphrasing of a statement about an investigation into the tree removal at Edward Millen, and what you actually said was if that includes some people losing their position, then that may very well be the consequence of that process. So my question is, given this clear failure of governance, the absence of controls over the CEO's tree removal powers on town land, and the unequal application of standards between residents and the town itself, will you, Mayor, now honour your public standards of accountability and tender your resignation?
Mr. Maxwell, I don't agree with any of the propositions that you just put to me, and we have ordered as a council that there will be a full review into the circumstances that led to trees being removed at Elizabeth Bailey Park, and a public report will be brought to council in February by the town. As you know well, under the Local Government Act, I don't bear any responsibility for matters that are the operational jurisdiction of the town staff. So the answer to your question, in short, about whether I will resign is no. Thank you for your questions. Next on the list, Sam Zammit. Please come forward, state your name and your suburb.
Good evening, everybody. Sam Zammit. In 2019, in your written submission to the Local Government Act Review, you stated that in your view, elected members should be limited to a maximum of 8 years of service. You have now served on the council for more than 8 years. In accordance with your principle that you personally advocated, will you be standing for the next local government election?
Mr Zammit, we don't answer questions of a personal nature at council meetings, so you've just wasted your first question. What's your second question?
It's wasted, is it?
What's your second question, Mr
Second
Zammit?
question. On the corner of Burlington and Leichhardt Street in St James, excuse me, there's no water here either. But anyhow.
We will ask the council liaison officer to get you some water,
Well,
Mr Zammit.
it's just everyone else has got water. Why haven't we got water?
Mr Zammit.
It's another question.
Mr Zammit, I'm just going to say this to you once. We don't put a glass of water there because
Okay.
people change from question to question at that particular desk. We don't want to leave one glass of water there to be shared amongst a bunch of people. So you've asked for some water, you're about to get it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very sweet. Thank you. On the corner of Burlington and Leichhardt Street in St James, you have installed a massive speed hump. I don't know what the terminology is. It's bigger than this area here. A speed hump with, and also you have installed 4 give way signs. Could you please explain to me why was this necessary, and who gives way to who when there's 4 cars there at the corner?
Well,
Mr Zammit?
Mr Zammit, I didn't install that speed hump.
I didn't say you did.
You used the words "you installed it" and you were addressing your question
Oh,
to me, but
you're
I
getting
will
technical, yeah?
refer your question to the Chief Operations Officer, Ms Labicus.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I will take that question on notice and review the lines and signs and provide a more comprehensive answer.
All right, thank you. We'll take that on notice, Mr Zammit, so we can get you a fulsome answer. As you can appreciate, our Chief Operations Officer has only been with us for a couple of months. She is not likely to know the answer to every single project of a capital works nature going on in the town. So we'll get you an answer to that.
Could you explain to me why I never received my Christmas hamper last year, mate?
I think as the Mayor of Alva Street, Mr Zammit, you can answer that question for yourself, why you didn't get a Christmas
You're not going to
hamper.
answer that one either?
Nope. All right, next on the list, thank you, is Amber Boyatsis. Thank you.
My name is Amber Boyatsis and I live in East Victoria Park. My question relates to the Rutland Avenue shared pathway. So in the calculation of the community benefit score, the criterion cyclist connectivity is rated at 5 out of 5 for option 2, which is the one-way design, 3 out of 5 for option 1, which is the original two-way design, and 4 out of 5 for option 3, which is the revised two-way design. Given that the the revised two-way design is not compliant with PSP requirements based on its reduced width of 2.5 metres, how does it receive a higher rating for cyclist connectivity compared with the original two-way design, which is 3 metres wide?
Going to refer that question to the Chief Operations Officer.
Mayor Vernon, I don't have the detailed criteria in front of me of how that rating was struck, so I'll take that on notice.
All right, we'll need to take that on notice, but that does mean that a formal answer to that question will come out in the agenda of the next council meeting, so you'll see it in writing, and I believe our practice is to send those questions through to the answers to them through to you if we have a contact for you. So if you would like to receive an answer to that, please let our council liaison officer know what's the best way for us to contact you.
Great, thank you, Mayor.
Do you have another question?
I do. My second question is, how has safety to shared path users, including the impact of e-ridables, been evaluated for each of the 3 designs considered?
Ms Labicus?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Great question. So our next step as we start to refine the designs is actually to do a safety and design audit and a safety and design review, and that will actually include all kinds of path users.
Great. Thank you. My third question, Mayor, is that the risk-benefit document suggests that option 3 is a balance between functionality, cost efficiency and community benefit. The cost of option 3 is $566,000 more than option 2. The community benefit score is 4.1 compared with the one-way design score of 4.5. And the risk level is also greater for option 3 than option 2. So given that this evaluation of risk, benefit and cost there is no clear benefit to this option, in what sense does option 3 a balance between function, cost efficiency and community benefit when it is not the least costly, the most benefit to the community by the evaluation?
Ms Libickas?
Thank you, Mayor. Each of those criteria have a differential weighting that lead to the final score. For option 3, that was best fitting, that was assessed as being best fitting with the community desire to maintain two-way traffic. The risk that was associated with that was the risk around building primarily over the water infrastructure. So it was a balance based on weighting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate that. Next on the list, Rose Cameruden.
Rose Cameruden from Lathlane. My original questions were regarding an amendment, but now that has slightly changed, I've just found out. I've just trying to wing a couple of questions to ask you since I'm already here, so you might have to bear with me, and I'm very sorry for that.
It's all right. Take your time. We understand a lot's been happening this afternoon on the council agenda, including in the community.
Yeah. So Anyway, so all my old questions are now disregarded. So my first question is that, Mayor, you mentioned in your opening address just earlier that you'd met with Hannah Beasley regarding Rutland Avenue, and then from the Agenda Briefing Forum in November, the CEO had met with the Director General also regarding advocacy for Rutland Avenue. So my question is that I was wondering, are your two advocacy efforts combined to be the best outcome for the town, given that you're going to Hannah and to the Director General?
So, yes, I mean, we obviously have an advocacy position for Rutland Avenue that is consistent with Council's resolution from May last year, which is to prefer a grade-separated Rutland Avenue PSP to make it consistent with the rest of the PSP from Welshpool Road all the way up to Bishopsgate Street, and also for Rutland Avenue itself from Bishopsgate Street to Great Eastern Highway to be retained as a two-way road. Our advocacy with our local member in that regard has been successful to the point where Ms Beasley supports that and has informed us that is her supported position. She is obviously aware of the fact that the current budget set aside by the Department of Transport for this final stage has to date been less than what will be necessary to deliver the final part of the project, and it does appear that that has come about for a number of reasons. The significant cost escalations for all construction projects that have literally begun in the last couple of years and have been compounded year on year and have not shown any sign of slowing, are attaching themselves to this project just as they are to all of our other projects. So actually keeping the costs in check has become an almost impossibility. But our advocacy that is done with Ms Beasley, the CEO was with me for that meeting, as we always have meetings with politicians together. The meeting that Mr CEO had with Peter Waronzo, the Director General of the Department of Transport, was one that came about from the department and the Minister's office reaching out to the town saying, we'd like to have a meeting with the DG and the CEO so they could talk technical matters. And that obviously covered not just Rutland Avenue, but some other projects that the town has going on as well. So my understanding is, again, from what the CEO said at the Agenda Briefing Forum, and I'm sure he'll correct me if I paraphrase him wrongly, is that those were positive discussions. They're not complete discussions, but they have they have opened up discussion lines that we've been advocating for and trying to get happen over, in fairness, the last 12 months. It's probably fair to say the current state government had a lot happening in the last 12 months, particularly in perhaps, say, the 6 months from November, December 2024 through to the middle of this year, given that they were contesting an election in that time and there was a lot of new projects that were being raised. So certainly we would have wished to have gotten those meetings a bit sooner, but I must say in our previous meetings with Ms Beasley, of which I think there's only been one or so this year, prior to this most recent one, she has expressed her support for the two-way option with the grade separated path, and she's indicated to us that she continues to use every opportunity to advocate to the Minister for Transport for the department to get underway with that project by allocating sufficient funding for it. So we're trying to use, I guess you could say, our circle of allies, and they do include our local member, in order to try and move that forward. But again, it's often a question of we have a little circle of control and a wider circle of influence, and then we obviously have a space that we don't play particularly much in. So we're trying to use every opportunity that we can, but at the moment it feels like those things are moving positively forward. I think the Department of Transport knows and understands now the options that are being considered and the latest revised drawings that the town are working on. And to the best of my knowledge, the department is keen to see us get that finalised for them so they can have the clearest understanding of what is now being put forward by the town staff. So that will undoubtedly help, in my view, with the funding conversation, because it's a lot easier to say, I understand what we're funding, when you can actually see what it looks like. Yep.
Fab, thank you. That's kind of good news. My next question is there an estimated time frame for the installation of the Wombat crossings on Rutland Avenue?
Ms Lipicus.
Thank you, Mayor. They'll be installed before the end of the financial year.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's very good. Thank you. Now, is there anyone else in the public gallery who had any questions they wish to ask but haven't put their hand up? Yep. Please come forward, state your name and your suburb.
Hi, my name's Will Shanahan. My question is to the council whether it's the policy of the council to ensure the safety of cyclists.
I'll refer that to the Chief Community Planner, Mr. Doy.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Thanks for the question. Yeah, absolutely. Cycling's a critical way of getting around, and it's really important through our designs that we're doing as much as we can to create a safe environment for cyclists. There's plenty of work to do, but that is the intent.
Thank you. And then my follow-up question is, why is there significant gaps in the principal shared paths in areas that are quite busy for cyclists? And is that in line with the council's position in ensuring the safety of cyclists?
Okay, I do have to say you've given me a multi-part question there, and normally I let multi-part questions have to come apart and be separate ones. But I will go to Mr. Doy, but I will just say this. The principal shared path project for Rutland Avenue began in earnest in 2018 when the council of the day agreed to do the project, and it was always intended it would be staged because it's a fairly long stretch from Welshpool Road all the way to Great Eastern Highway, noting that our local governments down the Armidale rail line had done their parts of the principal shared path largely before us. So work progressed on that from 2018 until 2020, when a combination of things began to impact on that project, in my view. One of those obviously was COVID, which actually did create a bit of a bottleneck for projects, but equally the announcement in 2020 of an upgrade to the Armidale rail line within the town of Victoria Park, right next to the principal shared path that we'd been busy constructing, actually had seen us take the shared path up to effectively Miller Street, so underneath the Miller Street overpass. And so at that point in time, when the following year came 2021 and plans started to be developed for what the elevated rail corridor would look like, there was a point in time where the state government actually asked us not to progress the next stages of the Rutland Avenue shared path until they had cleared the Metronet site work, starting with the elevated rail at Millers Street crossing, going down towards Oak Street Station. And so that did mean that there was a time period when work did slow down before we were able to continue. It was not until last year that we were actually able to construct the first section of the last stage of the Rutland PSP, which was Miller Street to Bishopsgate Street. And that work got completed last year. But the final section of the last stage, which is Bishopsgate Street to Great Eastern Highway, is without a doubt the most complicated part of the Rutland PSP, because almost all the rest of it is largely straight. And something that many people perhaps don't realise is that the rest of the Rutland PSP from Welshpool Road up to Miller Street, that could have actually been sited inside the rail reserve, but the PTA were not prepared to agree to that, and it was the town's decision to put the PSP within the road reserve that we control. So that works well at the lower end of Rutland Avenue from Welshpool Road up, but once you get to that final stretch of Rutland Avenue from Bishopsgate Street to Great Eastern Highway, that is a much more constrained corridor. So design work has always been going on in the background about how that would be achieved. And there has also been landowner issues along the way that did take quite some time to be resolved with various different landowners. So some part of the delay for this project has happened as a variety of factors. And then we get to the stage where we're at now, where there has been some discussion, and I accept it will seem to the community like since we finished the last section, there's been some delay. But I will go to the Chief Community Planner for that final part, because I think he can probably bring you up to speed on where that sits.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. So the Mayor's provided a really great answer as it relates to the shared path and principal shared paths. I'll give you a broader answer. So the town has a street network which is over 100 years old, designed in a certain way, not always the best for cyclists to be able to make their way around. But in 2022, the town approved, or council approved, an integrated transport strategy, which includes a lot of information and a very clear direction for our cycling network. Part of that adopts the state's long-term cycle network. To build that network, which includes shared paths, but also the potential for protected bike lanes, improvements to our local network, that takes a long time to be able to build that network, and so we're doing that incrementally over time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for your questions. Is there anyone else in the public gallery who wishes to ask any questions at this time? No. On that basis, at 7:16, I will close public question time. Noting that responses to previous public questions that were taken on notice at the Agenda Briefing Forum on the 25th of November, they're included in the agenda for tonight's meeting. Next is public statement time, which I now open at what is now become 7:17 p.m. I have two people on the list so far who would like to make a statement about items on the agenda, but once I have asked those people to come forward, I'll then go back to the public gallery and ask if there's anyone else who'd like to make a statement. So first on the list, Amber Boyatsis.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Amber Boyatsis and I live in East Victoria Park. But before I lived in East Victoria Park, I lived in Burswood, and I lived very, very close to Rutland Avenue on Kitchener Avenue for 7 years. And I am a commuter cyclist, which means I cycle often, but not often at high speed for myself anyway. I believe that commuter cycling should be safe, accessible and enjoyable, as it confers many benefits, as we've heard tonight. Having lived on Kitchener Avenue for 7 years, I cycled the portion of Rutland Avenue in question most weekdays, and I'd like to report, as was recorded in 2018, that this is quite a frightening road to cycle on, and that's because of a couple of reasons. There are many motorists who do speed down that road, and also there's an incline on that road. And what that means for a commuter cyclist such as myself is that often if you are not a particularly fast cyclist, you'll find yourself cycling very slowly uphill, and many road users in motor vehicles would be predisposed to intimidation tactics where they would speed past you at very close quarters, which is a bit concerning. I'm really glad to hear that the council is turning its attention to completing this portion of the PSP, because I think it's a really important section, even though it is logistically difficult. But I am a bit concerned that the proposed option, which is being put forward tonight, may result in an outcome that doesn't really serve the needs of either the residents who are concerned about traffic diversion into surrounding streets, or the needs of the shared path users. And that's for a couple of reasons. I did pay close attention to the modelling that's been done about diversion of traffic into surrounding streets for various options. And I'd like council to consider that there will still be diversion of cars onto surrounding streets, even with the Wombat crossings which are being considered. And so I'd like council to consider that when looking forward about how to make decisions about this section of the path, that the concerns that have led to the decision to prioritise a two-way design may not actually end up serving the needs of those residents on Gallipoli Street and surrounding streets who are quite worried about diversions of traffic because it will still occur with the Wombat crossings. I'd also like to put forward that a 2.5 metre wide pathway is quite a substantial decrease in amenity to cyclists and other users of this shared pathway. I know half a metre doesn't sound like a lot, but if you're a cyclist, it is actually quite a bit, especially when you're cycling very close to the sound barrier, which is where the cycle lane will be, or where the PSP, will be. And the reason that I note that it's noted as a compliance risk in terms of not complying to a 3 metre wide PSP width, but I put to you that there's a really big safety risk inherent to the adoption of this reduced width. The reason that the PSP requirements are such, with that suggested width, or the mandated width of at least 3 metres, is because at higher speeds, you're looking at cyclists overtaking each other at very high speeds, which, if in a narrower overtaking zone of only half a metre, and especially given the incline that I've spoken about before, could result in head-on-head collisions, and especially with e-ridables, I think that's a really big concern for the community. And I think as well, given that it isn't on an incline, the Austroads Guide to Road Design, which informs the PSP design, states that not all riders, when cycling uphill, will actually maintain a straight ride, that line, that inexperienced riders, or maybe slow riders like me, may actually wobble from side to side. And so whilst this half metre reduction does seem like a really trivial thing to get all head up about and come to a council meeting and speak about, it does actually reduce the safety, in my opinion, of this proposal. And I'm really concerned that this may lead council to adopt a design which, as I said, may not result in a safe pathway.
You have actually exceeded your 2 minutes.
Councillor.
Do you have a lot more that you wish
that's
to
it.
say?
I was just wrapping up.
Right.
So I'm just concerned that it may not actually serve the concerns which led council to make this decision in the first place, or the needs of the shared path users. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. And next on the list, Rose Cameroon.
Okay, I also hope I don't go over 2 minutes, because I was going to do a deputation, but now I've changed it all. Okay, so I'm Rose Cameroon from Rutland. I don't know if I need to say that again. Anyway, good evening, Mayor Vernon, councillors and staff of the town of Vic Park. This evening, I'd like to talk to you about Rutland Avenue. Following the agenda briefing that was held on the 25th of November, I would like to thank the council staff for their continued advocacy and work on Rutland Avenue Principal Shared Path and keeping the two-way traffic in line with community sentiment. I believe the town staff, councillors, the community, being both Rutland residents, pedestrians and cyclists, all need to work on the same page towards a positive two-way outcome with the revised two-way PSP option. I also would like to thank the new councillors that have just come in because this is the first AGM that you guys have been at. And the old councillors have always been really great in being the voice of the community. And so I just wanted to give you a little bit of a history on the Rutland Avenue item from a community perspective. Following the one-way trial, a survey was done by the town and 81% didn't support the one-way option. We also did a petition with over 500 signatures. 450 were confirmed residents wanting to keep Rutland two-way. I've lived in Lathlane for close to 30 years, and the demographic over the past decade or even 20 years has been changing to be more young families moving to the area. This growth can be seen because at Lathlane Primary in the last 4 years, the number of students has gone from 600 to 700. And this is a big concern of the Lathlane community of children walking through our streets. Our suburb is a rat run. Rutland, Gallipoli and Goddard are all heavily impacted by these rat running vehicles, and we want to keep these streets safe for our children. I'm trying to make it a bit shorter. During the trial, there was an extra 500 cars down Gallipoli. We don't know how many down Goddard extra because there was no counters, but anecdotally, residents say it was quite horrific. Finally, I just want to quickly talk about money. The 70,000 that potentially could be used to install the temporary bollards along Rutland Avenue. These funds that we're going to be used for the Watts traffic calming, if we all focus on the advocacy for the two-way path, perhaps we could use these funds towards greening the area, giving shade for cyclists, because I know that has always been a big topic with the council, trying to get some funds to keep that area nice for cyclists and for pedestrians. So yeah, they're just some of the issues that I wanted to give you all a little bit of food for thought, and thank you very much and have a great Christmas break, and that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Is there anyone else in the public gallery who wishes to make a statement? Mr. Maxwell, please come forward.
I thought I was on the list. Vince Maxwell.
Sorry, Mr. Maxwell, there are only 2 names on my list, so I apologise if you were not included.
That's right. Vince Maxwell from Victoria Park. So my statement is to councillors. Councillors, your role is to govern and manage the town of Victoria Park on behalf of the ratepayers and residents. We are not your slaves, we are your masters. You are not here to control the community, you are here to control the administration. You were elected to make decisions, to apply judgment and provide oversight, yet increasingly council appears to defer that responsibility to external bodies and to the bureaucracy itself. WALGA, for instance, is not an accountability body. It is a private organisation that derives substantial income from selling services to local governments. Its interests do not necessarily align with those of residents and ratepayers. Councillors should not be outsourcing their independent thinking, nor surrendering their statutory responsibilities. Council has adopted a tree protection planning policy that forces private landowners to seek permission from the town to prune or remove trees on their own property under threat of massive financial penalties. Yet the town itself, the largest landowner of all, appears to operate without any equivalent restriction on its own tree removal activities. Likewise, the town aggressively enforces stringent bushfire clearance requirements on ratepayers, and just like tree removal rules, the town also appears to be exempt from the bushfire rules it enforces on residents. This is a double standard. It's a failure of governance and it directly undermines public trust. You were elected to be our voice, not to manage us, restrict us or repress us. Your duty is to apply scrutiny, to insist on fairness and to ensure the administration operates under the same rules imposed on the community. So I urge every councillor here to read the Local Government Act carefully, seek independent legal and governance advice, and properly understand the responsibilities of your office, because right now those responsibilities are not being met. So thank you for listening, and in closing, let me wish you all a very Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public gallery who'd like to make a statement? Please come forward, state your name and your suburb. Thank you. Just press the button, that's it.
Good evening, Mayor Vernon and councillors and staff. Just wanted to make a comment on the Principal Shared Path amendment.
Sorry, could I just get your
yeah.
name and suburb, please?
Yes, it's Livio Holmes, Victoria Park. I cycle to work. I'm a commuter cyclist. I work in East Perth, and it was actually a workmate that brought this to my attention, and I signed the petition to complete the one-way approach ages ago. So I just wanted to just give you a little bit of insight into using that path, not so much for me, but also for my children, who I'm very much trying to give them independence at age 15 and 11 with cycling. It is a bit of a scary connecting part, I guess, and I'd like us to take maybe some inspiration from other places, maybe Melbourne's inner north with their bike highways, which once completed see thousands of users on them every day, not just from the streets surrounding, but from suburbs many kilometres away. So I would like you to maybe put aside some not in my backyard views and think about the bigger picture of people coming from further afar, as well as within our town of Victoria Park. And while we do have 100-year-old roads, so does Melbourne, if not older. Locally, there is another good example of a separated two-way bike path along Railway Parade, just near the Meltham station, which has just got the plastic separators, and I think that works really well. And my kids, we drive past it and my kids say they'd feel super safe on that kind of setup. It'd just make a big difference to our family. We're on Teague Street. We come over the Miller Crossing, we use that path, and I'd just feel a lot safer if we had some separation. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your statement. Is there anyone else in the public gallery who wishes to make a statement? No, in that case, at 7:31, I will close public statement time. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who took the time to come and make a statement to us tonight. We appreciate you doing that, especially given that it's December, and this is usually a super busy time of the year for most people. So we're moving right on now to the rest of our agenda. Item 7 is confirmation of minutes and receipt of notes from any agenda briefing forum. The recommendation is that Council 1 confirms the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on 18 December 2025 and 2 receives the notes of the agenda briefing forum held on 25 November 2025. I am seeking a mover and a seconder, please, for that item. Still seeking a seconder? So that's moved Councillor Deputy Mayor Miles, seconded Councillor Ingram. Is there any dissent? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Item 8, presentation of minutes from external bodies. The recommendation is that Council receives the minutes of the WA Local Government Association South East Metropolitan Zone meeting held on 20 August 2025. Seeking a mover and a seconder, please, for that. That is moved Councillor Minson, seconded Councillor Biondi. Is there any dissent? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Item 9 is presentations. 9.1, petitions, there are none. 9.2, presentations, there are none. 9.3, deputations, there are none. Item 10 is a method of dealing with agenda business. This is where we determine those matters that may need to be dealt with by way of exception resolution versus those that are able to be dealt with in relation to the debate that would normally occur in the chamber. So at the moment, we have a recommendation for a number of items that are to be dealt with by way of exception resolution. Can I encourage elected members, please, if you hear any of the items that I read out as items that you don't wish to be dealt with by exception resolution, you want to pull them out for debate, let me know after I've read through the list of them, please. So the following items, it's recommended be adopted by exception resolution, and the remaining items will be dealt with separately. 11.1 Council Resolution Status Report, November 2025. 11.2 2025 Policy Review. 12.2 Extension of the Innovate Reconciliation Action Plan. 12.3 Hubert Street Outline of Engagement Outcomes. 13.3 J.A. Lee Reserve Authority to grant easement for Water Corporation emergency wastewater storage. 13.4 Lathlane Park Grandstand redevelopment, update on negotiations with state government. 14.1 Financial Statement October 2025 and 14.2 Statement of Accounts October 2025. Is there any item in there that elected member wishes to have removed? Otherwise, that will be the motion that's going forward. In that case, seeking a mover, please, for this item. And a seconder. Okay, that is moved by myself, Mayor Vernon, and seconded Deputy Mayor Miles. Is there any dissent? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Councillor Cruiser.
My apologies, Mayor Vernon. A procedural request while we're going through the method of dealing with agenda business. As we have several people in the audience who are interested in this item, as is sometimes the custom, would it be possible for us to move 13.2 ahead on the agenda? I'm aware that at least some people in the audience have mentioned having small children they may wish to get back to.
All right, so yes, based on Councillor Cruz's request, I'm happy to bring that matter forward for the convenience of the public gallery. However, what I will say is that it isn't the only item that there are members in the public gallery for. So I think, in fairness, what I'm proposing to do will be to bring forward the two items, which will be 12.4, which is response to petition relating to traffic impact of approved childcare premises at number 184A Shepperton Road, East Victoria Park, and item 13.2 Rutland Avenue Advocacy and Project Update December 2025, to bring them forward to be dealt with for the convenience of the meeting, which means they will be dealt with as the next items of business. So going to do that now, and so we will go first to 12.4. So 12.4, the officer recommendation for this is that Council requests the CEO to arrange for a traffic count being undertaken of existing traffic volumes along Butler Lane between number 184A Shepperton Road and Boulder Street prior to the commencement of operation of the childcare premises at number 184A Shepperton Road, East Victoria Park. Secondly, with respect to requested items 1 and 3 of the petition, A, note that signage will be installed as per the petition request. This will be initiated immediately. And B, for item 3, agrees that no action be taken at this time and that within 3 months of the commencement of the childcare premises, the town's officers review the traffic impact of the development on Butler Lane and then report back to Council on whether traffic mitigation measures are necessary. 3, notes that requested item 2 of the petition will be addressed prior to occupancy in order to satisfy condition 8 of the development approval, and 4, requests the CEO to advise the lead petitioner of Council's decision. Seeking a mover and a seconder, please, for the officer's recommendation. That is moved Councillor Minson and seconded Councillor Cruiser. Councillor Minson, as the mover, did you wish to be heard?
Not at this point. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cruiser, did you wish to speak to the item?
Not at this point, thank you.
All right, thank you. I wish to move an amendment to the officer's recommendation, which should have been circulated to all elected members previously. I am, however, going to move that amendment in a slightly different way, thanks to some feedback from the Deputy Mayor. So the amendment that I'm seeking to move is to point 2B of the officer's recommendation. So I'm proposing that point 2B of the officer's recommendation be amended to read as follows. For item 3, notes that blind spot mirrors will be installed within Butler Lane as per the petition request prior to the commencement of the operation of the childcare premises, and that within 3 months of the commencement of the childcare premises, the town's officers review the traffic impact of the development on Butler Lane and then report back to council on whether traffic mitigation measures are necessary. So that's the proposed amendment, and my reason for that proposed amendment is that the petition request for installation of blind spot mirrors within Butler Lane is a reasonable, cost-effective measure the town can take to proactively mitigate the anticipated impacts of additional vehicles using Butler Lane, primarily a laneway for the use of local residents, from conflicting with those residents trying to exit their own properties into the lane once the childcare centre commences operations. It makes more sense to install these mirrors before the childcare centre opens to ensure maximum effectiveness rather than waiting for more than 3 months after commencement and then conducting the further review of the impact of traffic and bringing a report back to council with recommendations. The cost of that review and report process alone would likely exceed the cost of installing a number of mirrors now. So I'm seeking a seconder, please, for my proposed amendment. Thank you. My proposed amendment's been seconded by Councillor Anderson. I don't wish to be heard further on it. I think it's self-explanatory. The reasons, Councillor Anderson, did you wish to be heard?
No, it's self-explanatory. I'm fine. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. I am going to formally ask, is there any dissent to the proposed amendment? No, I'm seeing no indication of dissent, so I declare that amendment carried unanimously. Thank you. So we now go back to the officer's recommendation as amended. And I will ask formally, is there any dissent? Because that will determine if we need to move to debate. There being no indication of dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. So since we do have some people in the public gallery tonight who've come along in relation to this matter, thank you for your advocacy in relation to it. And hopefully you have a level of satisfaction about the resolution of council tonight going forward. So thank you for that. We'll now move on to the other item that we've agreed to bring forward for the convenience of the meeting, which is 13.2. This is Rutland Avenue Advocacy and Project Update for December 2025. The recommendation is that Council 1 notes the progress on advocacy, design, development and cost-benefit analysis for the Rutland Avenue project. 2, endorses continued refinement of the revised two-way valued engineered design as the preferred approach pending confirmation of service constraints and funding. 3, note that this still requires Department of Transport and Water Corporation approvals. 4, requests the CEO to continue advocacy and engagement with state agencies to secure funding and agreement on project non-negotiables, which are, firstly, grade separated cycle path at 2.5 metre width, and B, two-way road for motorised traffic at 5.5 metre road width. 5, progress immediate traffic calming with the implementation of wombat crossings at each of the following locations. Firstly, Victoria Park train station. Secondly, the Kitchener Avenue pedestrian bridge. And thirdly, the Great Eastern Highway pedestrian bridge. And 6, request that a further update be presented to Council by June 2026. I am seeking a mover and a seconder, please, for the officer's recommendation. All right, that is moved by Councillor Ingram, seconded by Councillor Minson. Councillor Ingram, as the mover, do you wish to be heard?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Minson, did you wish to be heard as the seconder?
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, just like to firstly acknowledge, I think that, in my opinion, that this option here, the third option or the value engineered option, is the best way forward for the town to deliver the PSP in a timely fashion. I think most people, my understanding is that everyone is kind of on board about getting a PSP along that section of Rutland Avenue. I don't think there's any contention there, and it is my view that this option here is the fastest way to get it built and so everybody can enjoy riding along that section of Rutland Avenue in a safer way. I'd like to acknowledge that the town's done a good job, I think, of taking council's original resolution to maintain a two-way road and to fit in a PSP. It's acknowledging it's a tight site, and they've done some good engineering work to get all that infrastructure in and to bring the cost down more in line with the expectations of the Department of Transport. And I think it's quite close to their expectation now. So, yeah, I'd repeat my view is that this is something I think agreeable to all parties, and I think the fastest way forward from here. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Minson. So, Councillor Cruz, I understand you have an amendment that you are seeking to make to this recommendation. Would you like to do that now?
Yes, I do. I would like to.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'd like to add the following to the officer's recommendation, a point 7, reading, hold a concept forum for elected members in February 2025 to cover A, potential approaches to building a temporary protected bike lane on Rutland Avenue, B, the development of an integrated approach to managing traffic in the streets bordered by Rutland Avenue, Orrong Road, the Great Eastern Highway and Roberts Road, drawing on both expert advice and community input. C, potential approaches to building a low-cost protected bike lane or implementing a safe active street on Gallipoli Street. D, the possibility and impacts of opening the intersection between Francisco Street and Orrong Road to cars. And E, the funding implications of the above.
Thanks, Councillor Cruiser. Can I just confirm you did actually say February 2025 for the concept forum? I think you mean 2026.
I definitely mean February 2026.
Because unless we've got ourselves a DeLorean, we're not going to be able to go back in time and get there for February 2025.
I believe in our staff.
All right. If you'd like to set out your reason, I'll call for a seconder.
Thank you. Rutland Avenue has been the top priority in the town's joint bike plan since 2018 when that was passed by council. This concept forum will allow elected members to consider how we might deliver this priority while also taking an integrated approach to developing safer streets in the surrounding area.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this proposed amendment? Thanks. We need to do that electronically. Thanks, Councillor Gordon-Manley. Pleased to say that's seconded by Councillor Gordon-Manley. Now, Councillor Cruiser, did you wish to speak on the item as the mover of the amendment?
I do, yes, thank you. So, for people who are driving along Rutland Avenue is a local access road that's meant to handle small volumes of local traffic. It does also see people who run along there, often as many cyclists and pedestrians along there might have experienced, at high speeds. For users of the shared path, including people who are walking, using mobility scooters, electric wheelchairs, scooters or bikes, the Armadale Line Principal Shared Path is meant to be a high-volume arterial route. One of the speakers today mentioned this idea of a bicycle highway, but of course it's not just for cyclists. It's a vital connection for people who want to use active transport. In 2017, the town of Victoria Park and the City of South Perth developed a joint bicycle plan, which was adopted by the Vic Park Council in July 2018. That plan set out the completion of the principal shared path as our #1 priority. Our integrated transport strategy sets out the goal of designing streets that better facilitate walking, cycling, and ease of access to public transport, as well as a clear commitment to providing people with the freedom to get around in the ways that they want to and facilitating mode shift. Our access and inclusion plan sets out a commitment to addressing barriers to access and inclusion, which must also include transport planning. Our strategic community plan sets out a commitment to a strong local economy, and we know that people who walk and bike spend more in the local economy than people who are driving. In particular, we're currently focused on the revitalisation of areas near Burswood Station, and the businesses there will benefit from residents in nearby areas being able to get there easily without driving, which will also alleviate parking pressures in the area. The Rutland Avenue Principal Shared Path is a vital route, creating a connection between Burswood and the rest of Vic Park. Our public health strategy, again, sets out a commitment to healthy and safer streets, community safety and security, and environmental safety. Our plans and strategies are only as good as our commitment to actually prioritising their implementation. If we say that we support active transport, safer and more connected communities, accessibility and inclusion, and climate action, we need to be prepared to vote in ways that actually make sure that these plans, these ideals, and these goals are implemented.
Councillor Cruiser, can I just remind you, you're only speaking to the amendment about why we should be holding a concept forum on this.
I'm getting there.
Councillor Cruiser.
Yeah.
I'm raising this with you gently, that at the moment you're speaking to the substantive matter, not to the proposed amendment. Now, I've made my position clear. You may continue, but I'm just letting you know we're seeking you to speak to the amendment.
Thank you. What I'm trying to do is to emphasise why I think that we need to be thinking carefully, not just about continuing our advocacy, but also about understanding Rutland Avenue, the completion of Rutland Avenue PSP, in the context of the impacts of traffic around the surrounding areas, and also to understand what we're going to do if we don't get that state funding in a timely way. I want you to imagine what it's like for somebody who's using a mobility device. For those of you who might not regularly walk or cycle or wheel or scoot along that area. Imagine leaving Victoria Park Station on something like a motorised mobility scooter and trying to get to your home on Midgley Street. Do you choose to drive your motor scooter on the road and hope that cars pass at a safe distance? Do you choose to cross the road and travel on a narrow pedestrian path? What do you do if you come up with somebody pushing a pram in the other direction? Do you go off the sides? I know that a lot of people in our community feel like we can wait until we get the state funding to address this problem. The reason I'm calling for a concept forum as early as February 2026 even, is so that we can really understand, firstly, what the impacts of changes to Rutland Avenue might be on surrounding streets, because even slowing traffic along there is probably going to lead to people who might be rat running there going somewhere else. But also to really think about what it is like for those users who are currently waiting for a safe route, for users who might be using mobility devices, for parents on small children who are trying to wobble their way up that hill, either on a pedestrian path or hopefully not on the road. We have an existing motion that commits us to an approach to building a separated path on Rutland Avenue that retains 2 lanes of traffic, and to advocacy for that. And we should continue that advocacy. But at the same time, I think we really need to be looking in an integrated way at the impact on surrounding streets, at concerns people have raised about safety on Gallipoli Street and other surrounding streets, and about what we're going to do if we don't get that funding anytime soon. Hopefully we will, but perhaps we won't. Either way, thinking about traffic in an integrated way and safer streets in an integrated way around those areas, and really considering how we're going to bring the community into understanding that this isn't a zero-sum game is really important. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cruiser. Councillor Gordon-Manley, as a seconder, do you wish to be heard?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Yes, I do. For me, it's quite simple. My conversations with the local residents in the area seems there's a large demographic that hasn't been included in these conversations prior. This includes renters, those who don't feel as empowered or don't have the mechanisms exposed to them on how they can make changes in their communities. For me, this concept forum allows a real chance for us to engage that wider community and see what they want. Do they want a nature strip? Do they want one way? Is it just about the surrounding areas, or is it about the people who actually live on that train station? As well, with the WA government planning laws reforms, which are seeing a lot more high-rise and density living across those areas, I think there's a real chance for us to look at the legacy of that area and see if a nature area that reduces heat, that sees more of an amenity to the local residents, provides greater benefit. And that's a conversation that I encourage us all to have with those residents, rather than just relying on possibly the voices that were heard by a highly engaged few. We've seen already from the emails that there is a divided opinion upon the community. How do we find a resolution that suits everyone? That's my proposal, and that's why I'm supportive of having that concept forum, which will be done in 2 months, 3 months. It's quite a short period, and I don't think it's a large demand for us to put on our residents.
Thank you. Is there any dissent to the proposed amendment? Need to indicate if there is dissent for us to go to debate. But Councillor Melrosa, of course you can ask questions. This is your chance to do that.
Well, I'm not fully in dissent of this, but I'm going to call dissent on it because it's the first point. I feel like that's the most important point. But I'm not fully in dissent of everything. So I'll go through all those 5 points. I feel
Sorry, Councillor Melrosa. Clearly, if there is no dissent to the entirety of the proposal, then I would be declaring that's carried unanimously. If what you're saying is that there are parts of this, of each of the 5 points that are proposed to be the subject matter of the concept forum, and you want to object to some of them but not others, then I'll need to put them separately in order for me to be able to determine whether you're speaking for or against. It can't just be a case of there's a few statements to be made about some of it but not others, because I need to know, are you speaking against or are you speaking for? So will it help for me to put them individually?
No, I'm gonna support it.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I just wanted to raise a point of order and ask if the actual amendment itself is not in breach of Rule 77 of negating the original motion, because I would feel the process of conducting a concept forum of this particular vast and elaborate nature is better served as a separate motion than being a motion regarding the advocacy position of council regarding the revised two-way pathway.
All right. Thank you for your point of order. I will inquire of the Manager of Governance and Strategy as to whether she can advise council as to the potential for this to be a breach of Rule 77. Ms. Tucker?
Thank you for the question. No, in my view, it's not a breach. It adds to the original recommendation. It doesn't detract from the original motion that's before council for approval, noting that a concept forum is only for elected members, and it's just to discuss these 4 points that's been raised by Councillor Cruiser. And it's not a decision-making forum, a concept forum.
Thank you. So on that basis, Councillor Ingram, I'm happy that I won't be upholding your point of order. So if you have any other questions, happy to hear them.
No, thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. So I'm formally going to ask, is there any dissent to the amendment? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. We now go back to the officer's recommendation as amended, and I'm going to formally ask, is there any dissent to that? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. That concludes the 2 items that we brought forward for the benefit of the community. So we will now go back to the remainder of the agenda. So going back to item 11, which is the Chief Executive Officer reports, 11.1 and 11.2 have been dealt with by exception resolution. That brings us to 11.3. This is the Rumble Skateboard Olympic Pro Tour 2026 partnership proposal and funding. So the officer recommendation, which I'm going to read out, and it does include slightly revised words which are reflective of the officer's report in the further consideration. The recommendation is that the Council, 1, endorses the town partnering with Pacific Action Sports to host the BMD Rumble Skateboard Pro Tour 2026 at McCallum Park Active Zone. 2, lists for consideration in the 2026-27 budget an allocation of $40,000 in the 2026-27 sponsorship budget to deliver the event, with a 4-year extension option subject to successful delivery and evaluation. And 3, authorises the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and execute a hosting agreement with Pacific Action Sports, subject to satisfactory terms, including but not limited to: A, confirmation of the town's in-kind contributions and operational schedule for McCallum Park. 2, provision of a risk management plan, emergency response plan, insurances and required permits and licences. And thirdly, joint marketing plan delivered by the town and Pacific Action Sports. Seeking a mover and a seconder, please, for the officer's recommendation. Moved Councillor Cruiser, seconded Councillor Minson. Councillor Cruiser, did you wish to be heard at this time as the mover?
I think that we should support this item because I think it would be rad.
All right, thank you. Councillor Minson, as the seconder, do you wish to be heard?
No, thank you. Nothing to add.
Councillor Cruiser, I understand you wanted to make an amendment to this item. Do you wish to do that now?
I would like to add a further point to the officer's recommendation reading: 4, that the town works with Pacific Action Sports to support an inclusive approach, including by promoting gender equity. My reason is that I'm pleased to see that Pacific Action Sports already supports an inclusive approach, including by offering equal prize money for the male and female pro events. This amendment commits our staff to working together with Pacific Action Sports to further support gender equitable and inclusive participation in the event as far as possible.
Thanks, Councillor Cruiser. Councillor Minson, I'm going to go to you as the seconder. Are you happy for that to be included in the recommendation from the officers that you've already seconded? If not, and you don't have to, but if not, that's how we'll treat it, as though it's a part of what was moved and seconded, but only with your consent.
That's fine, thank you.
All right, thank you. So that is now the proposal that is on the table. That's been moved and seconded, so I'm going to ask, is there any dissent formally to the recommendation as revised? No, there being no indication of dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 12 is the Chief Community Planner reports. 12.1 is adoption of revised local planning policy 31, unhosted short-term rental accommodation in residential buildings. Councillor Biondi, having declared a financial interest on this item, can I please ask you to leave the chamber? Please make your way through the function space and we will alert you by appropriate dull tones when we are finished with the argument. All right, I can confirm that Councillor Biondi has left the council chamber. Now, elected members, this is an absolute majority item. The recommendation is that Council 1 notes the public submissions received on draft revised local planning policy 31, unhosted short-term rental accommodation and residential buildings. 2, adopts draft revised local planning policy 31, unhosted short-term rental accommodation and residential buildings at attachment 1 pursuant to Schedule 2, Part 2, Clause 4, Clause 3 of the Planning and Development Local Planning Schemes Regulations 2015. 3. Notes the submissions received at Attachment 4 and requests the Chief Executive Officer to advise submitters of the Council's decision. 4. Revises Delegation 10.2.1 contained within the Council's Register of Delegations and Subdelegations by adding the following as Item 4 under the note, and I quote, the refusal of applications for unhosted short-term rental accommodation and residential buildings. Can I seek a mover and seconder, please, for the officer's recommendation? Oh, it appears that it might not be the Christmas gremlins, but it might be, but it's definitely an IT gremlin. We appear to have had our signal drop out. So we're going to need to do this part of it in the traditional way by calling for persons who wish to move this item first. I'm looking for a mover who would like to move this item. I will move the item if no one else wishes to, in order to get the item on the table. Seeking a seconder, please. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Miles, thank you. All right, so the item has been moved and seconded. I don't wish to be heard on the item at this time. Deputy Mayor Miles, did you wish to speak on the item? No. All right, Councillor Minson, I understand you have an amendment that you want to make to this item.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I do. So the amendment reads that point 2 of the recommendation is amended to as follows. Adopts draft revised local planning policy 31, unhosted short-term rental accommodation and residential buildings as attachment 1 pursuant to Schedule 2, Part 2, Clause 4.3 of the Planning and Development Local Planning Schemes Regulations 2015 with the following modifications. Removal of Area 3, Victoria Park, properties located east of Berwick Street, north of Cargill Street, west of Albany Highway and south of Derby-Yerrigan, which is the Swan River, from Section 5.1, Location Requirements and Appendix 1, Preferred Area Maps, Unhosted STRA. Removal of Area 5, Albany Highway, East Victoria Park, properties located north of Berwick Street, west of Hillview Terrace, south of Shepperton Road and east of Kent Miller Street, from Section 5.1, Location Requirements and Appendix 1, Preferred Area Maps, Unhosted STRA. Removal of Area 6, Albany Highway, St James, properties located north of Burlington Street, west of Boundary Road, south of Shepperton Road and east of Hillview Terrace, from Section 5.1, Location Requirements and Appendix 1, Preferred Area Maps. Removal of Area 7, Curtin University, properties located south of Atwell Street, east of Kent Street, north of Jarrah Road and west of Hillview Terrace, from Section 5.1, Location Requirements and Appendix 1, Preferred Area Maps. At Section 5.1, A and Appendix 1, rename Area 4, Albany Highway Victoria Park as Area 3, Albany Highway Victoria Park. F, at Section 5.1, A, amend Note 2 to replace Areas 1 to 7 with Areas 1 to 3. G, at Sections 5.1C, replace the word permanent with further. H, reword Sections 5.8A to read a development approval for unhosted STRA will be granted for an initial period of 12 months only. This recognises that the appropriateness of the unhosted STRA land use to its setting is dependent upon the effectiveness of proposed management arrangements. I, at Section 5.8B, replace the word permanent with further. And J, add a new Section 5.8C as follows. Any development approval granted beyond the initial 12-month period is to be for a maximum of 10 years. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Minson, for reading that out. Could you please read out for us your reason for moving this amendment?
Thank you. Yes, to minimise the number of unhosted short-term rental accommodation properties within the town and to ensure management control is maintained with the local government perpetually, with the objective of maximising suitable housing availability for longer-term community members.
Thanks, Councillor Minson. So I'm now going to be calling for a seconder for this item, but in the usual way, pre-technology. Councillor Gordon-Manley, you're happy to second this, is that right? Yes. All right, thank you. So the item is seconded. So now I'm going to turn to you, Councillor Minson. Would you like to speak substantively now on your amendment, please?
I would like to, thank you. So my principal reason for reducing the number of areas, which is kind of the first few points of this amendment, is for reducing the number of areas where short-term rental accommodation is approved within the town of Victoria Park, is really just to simply reduce the number of these properties operating within the town and to ensure that they are in the most appropriate areas for short-term rentals. A thriving local community and economy will be built and maintained by our long-term local residents. We are in a rental and housing affordability crisis. The current residential vacancy rate in Perth is estimated to be 0.7%, so this is extremely tight. The number of currently registered short-term rentals in Vic Park represent 1.2%, so this is a significant portion of the housing stock and doesn't capture unregistered short-term rentals or any future short-term rentals, so the number is likely to be higher. Having these properties available for community members to live in long term, either owned or rented, would go a long way in addressing housing affordability and availability. So the areas that this amendment proposes to remove are specifically Area 3, which is Vic Park near Great Eastern Highway. So just one of this area is also partly captured in Area 4, so it doesn't actually remove the whole of the area, only removes part of the area, so just wanted to point that out. Area 5 and 6 are the residential areas either side of Albany Highway in East Vic Park and St James. So these are predominantly residential areas and quite far from the city and the other entertainment kind of precincts close to the river. Area 7, which I'm proposing to remove, is in East Victoria Park near Jarrah Road. So this area of the town is actually specifically highlighted in our local planning strategy to be low density housing. So all 4 of these areas represent a large portion of the town's lower density housing stock, properties which are greatly valued by the community for their amenity and their location. These locations include properties with backyards and close to schools, which should be enjoyed as homes by families and community members rather than for short-term rentals. The 3 areas which will remain post this amendment represent the dense areas of the town. So these are closer to the city, the stadium, the casino and the river, which I see as more appropriate areas for short-term rentals. So the reason to include a maximum development approval time period of 10 years is to ensure management control is maintained with the town perpetually. So this is not needed to control poorly managed short-term rentals, as this can be enforced under the proposed management plans currently proposed in the local planning policy. But without a time limit, we would end up kind of with a ratcheting mechanism which would effectively grant permanent approval for properties to be used as short-term rentals with no limits on any future properties applying under those same conditions, so also getting permanent approval. So eventually this 1.2% will continually ratchet up and there's no way to really control that or to bring it back down if required in the future. So while we may have 1.2% of our properties registered for short-term rentals currently, this number will continue to increase, and without a time limit, this would leave the town with limited options on how to control the future total numbers of short-term rental properties. While this may have some resourcing implications to review these DAs routinely, I think this can be offset by higher rates for short-term rental properties with differential rates, which has kind of been foreshadowed within the officer's report as a further future consideration of council. So I hope you support this amendment to promote a stronger community in the town of Victoria Park. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Minson. I'm now going to go to Councillor Gordon Manley as the seconder of the amendment. Would you like to speak to the amendment?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. This amendment quite simply places homes and community over commercial interests. Councillor Minson used the term thriving local community, and this relies on ensuring housing is affordable for local residents, and it allows these families and these residents to maintain a connection to our town. Rents right now consume over 1/3 of household income, making Perth Australia's least affordable capital city, and in Victoria Park, the situation is even more acute. If you are an advocate for ensuring that our community stays strong and active, then protecting housing and affordability for local residents is central to this. This amendment is modest but necessary. By reducing unhosted short stay accommodation, more dwellings can return to the long-term housing, easing pressure on housing and supply and affordability. If we want a stronger community built on residents rather than commercial enterprises, I urge you to support the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Gordon-Manley. Before I call for whether there is any dissent to this, I do want to ask a couple of questions, if I might. So, noting that what's proposed is that an advertised local planning policy is brought back to council following the receipt of public submissions, with 7 areas marked in it for short-term accommodation rentals at an unhosted level, and now the proposal is to reduce those 7 areas that were advertised to the public down to only 3 left. So my question is, from a process and procedure perspective, Mr. Doy, are you able to advise, is there a need for this type of change to the officer's recommendation on this policy to go back out for public advertising, given what is a significant reduction in scope of the proposed policy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. And I did provide some advice earlier today. So under the clause 5 of part 3 of the planning and development regs, the local government may make an amendment to a local planning policy without advertising the amendment if, in the opinion of the local government, the amendment is a minor amendment. Unfortunately, and very unhelpfully, the regs do not provide a definition for what is a minor amendment. We have a local planning policy 37, which relates to community consultation on planning proposals, of which this is one. It says in clause 1A, part 2, point 2, planning proposals may be subject to changes or modifications that require re-advertising of the modified proposal to the public following the completion of initial community consultation, which this has done. In such circumstances, the town will generally undertake the re-advertising in accordance with the same consultation requirements undertaken for the original proposal. But again, quite unhelpfully, no definition is provided to determine when a planning proposal requires advertising. Therefore, it is at the discretion of council as to whether the amendment would require re-advertising. My view is that the proposed amendment is a material change to the policy and should go through a re-advertising. That's my professional view.
All right, thank you. Following on from that, is it the case that if council were to resolve to support this recommendation, the way it's currently worded, it excludes the opportunity for re-advertising that you, Mr. Doy, have said would be, in your view, appropriate? So am I right in thinking that adopting the amendment as proposed would then mean there is simply no re-advertising? This will become the policy. Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Yes, it would become the policy.
All right, thank you. So my follow-up question would be, if council were to be minded to want to have the policy revised in this way, but it does wish to follow the process you've outlined of re-advertising to allow people to comment on the change of scope of the policy, what would be the process and how long, roughly speaking, would that take to occur?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. First of all, it would be my view that the wording within the resolution should direct council to undertake a period of public advertising. It would be our view that we would take the exact same public advertising process and timeframe as we did before, which from memory was 28 days, although I would need to have a look at that resolution from 4 months previously. But it will be in that order. It would be exactly the same as what we did in the first round.
Thank you. So my follow-up question to that is there any, shall we say, time imperative for the adoption of this policy that would suggest that we do not have sufficient time to put this back out to advertising with the change of scope, because there is some legislative or other type of requirement that is pending that we need to comply with? So in other words, are we facing a time imperative, or do we literally have time to go back out and re-advertise if that were the appetite of council?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. If that was the appetite of council, we do have time. There is no imperative. There's no rush.
Thank you. All right. Now, I don't know if there's anybody else who has any questions about this, but I'm thinking I'll facilitate those now. Anyone got any questions they would want to ask? Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I was just curious what the cost would be to go back through this re-advertisement process over again.
Mr. Doy?
I would take that on notice. It would be the cost would be potentially would be printing costs in the order of a couple of $100, but I'll take that on notice to provide an exact answer.
I think it would probably also be fair to say we might have some advertising costs, because we have advertised in the local newspaper before when we've had a local planning policy, but generally that might have only been 1 or 2 adverts of relatively small nature, so something fairly modest for the advertising costs. And that doesn't include, Mr. Doy, I suppose, officers' time to reassess public submissions and write a new report. They'll have a cost attached to them, but I don't think I'm in a position to indicate what that might be. Anything further?
No, thank you. Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you. Any other questions that relate to this proposed amendment? Councillor Melrosa.
Councillor Minson proposes a 10-year approval time frame, and I believe from what he said, it is based around, potential operational aspects of an Airbnb. But I just wanted to know what the town's view would be on a 2-year and a 5-year, as well as a 10-year, in terms of the pros and cons, but not just around the operational aspects and whether they're pros and cons and whether it's complained about, but about, and I mentioned this in the ABF, about the impacts of having that change in the context of the demographic and the user types that live in that area.
Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. I will talk about the operational impacts because they are relevant. So a 2, 5 and 10, or 2 and 5 year DA time frame then requires reassessment of those periods, which then has a flow-on effect to our resourcing. So that is a relevant consideration. However, the answer that I gave at ABF is still administration's view that the best way to monitor the overall percentage of STRA, short-term rental accommodation, for listeners online, is through regular policy reviews. That is our position. Although I do take Councillor Minson's point around how he eloquently described it as a ratcheting up and the ability to draw back. I understand what you mean, but our preference is regular local planning policy reviews instead.
Anything further, Councillor Melrosa? I have a question for Councillor Minson. With regards to the removal of Area 7, which is described as Curtin University, I've just had a look on trusty Google Maps to make sure that I got all of your directions correct as to the particular area which constitutes Area 7. Given that that does adequately, within easy walking distance and short cycling distance, service not only Curtin University but the South East Metropolitan TAFE, that is all in there, which includes a significant training facility for hospitality purposes for students. What is the rationale for that particular area being removed from this policy in your view, given that the officers previously at the agenda briefing indicated that they weren't just focused on students but also people like visiting academics, people doing research for short periods of time, guest presenters who might be in need of short-term accommodation, and find that those particular locations, educational institutions, that there isn't a lot of things on offer nearby that would allow a visitor to come and simply walk and cycle to such locations for work purposes.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, so acknowledging, I guess, the type of person that I guess we are targeting in for people to use Area 7. Yeah, so we're saying it's not necessarily students. It is, as you described, the short-term academics or presentations or people coming to conferences or, whatever it is. So I do think that's potentially a small market, so to speak, that there is a hotel or a short-term accommodation at the university. But really my principal reason is, for that particular area in particular, out of all the areas, is that that is within the local planning strategy of the town, the area that is highlighted as low density. It's really the only area that is planned to be R20 now and into the future, as our current strategy kind of indicates. And those types of properties in that area, so Jarrah to Etwell and Hillview to Kent, they are all quite substantially the original kind of quarter-acre size blocks, 800, 900 square metre lots, which I think those are the types of properties we really are trying to protect from going to the short-term rentals out of any type of housing stock in the town, because I think that those are the most value to be had out of those lots are for larger families and permanent residents of the town, as they are kind of the only lots with significant backyards, say, in the town. So I think there's value there to not have STRA in those types of areas.
Thank you. Follow-up question for you. Noting that I think I used the example of Curtin University in the Southeast Metropolitan TAFE, what do you say then about the potential for there being a greater, more diverse group of people who would want some short-term accommodation that would put them within proximity and walking distance of work opportunities inside Bentley Technology Park, where they might be visiting researchers coming for a short period of time and bringing family with them who would be looking for a family home, let alone perhaps family members who are coming to visit someone who is staying in one of the 4 nursing homes at Swancare or Juniper Rowthorpe, who are coming to visit a relative due to ill health reasons, and they're again bringing their family with them and looking for family-sized accommodation for a short period of time, and finding that that's thin on the ground within walking distance or easy cycling distance of such facilities. Would you consider that makes any difference to your view about area number 7, Councillor Minson?
Yes, I acknowledge that it's definitely plausible that that there definitely would be those types of people to come into the area and rent, and that it would accommodate those types of people. I guess I'm not in the position to really kind of detail out accurately what I think that percentage of the market is using Airbnb around Curtin University, and would need that right in that area. For me, it is really about, as I mentioned in I guess my previous answer, that what I do know is that those lots there, I think have more value, in that if you had 90% of people using Airbnb to get to Curtin are not in that situation, and 10% are in the situation you described where they do need a larger home, I don't think we have the ability to discern between those two types of users. So on balance, I'm probably more inclined to protect the housing stock rather than try to accommodate a small percentage of potential small percentage of, say, Airbnb users that need it for that use.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else with any other questions about this? If not, I am going to... Sorry, Councillor Minson, you've got a question about your own amendment?
do. It is, I guess, following on from one of your questions to the Chief Planning Officer. In terms of the timeliness and how critical it is, I guess, to get this done, and whether going out to public consultation is a timing issue. I guess my question is, with this going back out again to public consultation, I do note in the reporting that we have been receiving applications, development applications for unhosted stratas over this period as we've been developing this local planning policy, and we have been giving out permanent approvals. I guess to understand is, the longer we continue, are we still assessing submitted DAs and granting permanent approvals while this local planning policy is under consideration?
Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Yes, we are, and so we'll be receiving applications and then assessing them under the existing LPP 31. We are. I think since last time we've received another 15 applications. Since the LPP 31 was originally advertised, so 4 months ago. So we do receive them. Yep.
Anything further, Councillor Minson?
Is there any recommendation, I guess, that we can put a hold on granting development approvals for these types of accommodations while we're actively this is, I guess, in the planning parlance, a seriously considered planning instrument?
Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. No, we can't pause the ability for people to apply for development approval. So we need to be able to receive them and then administer in accordance with the planning framework that we have in place now.
Sorry, I guess I kind of did a part question there, and the usual rules about there being a seriously considered planning instrument, that has applied for schemes and I guess more significant documents. So are you saying that this doesn't apply for planning policies?
Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. No, it doesn't apply for planning policies. It applies for amendments, precinct structure plans and the like. Yep.
So, thank you.
All right, I have a question for you, Councillor Minson. If my support for what you want to do was contingent upon you agreeing for this to be re-advertised to allow people who would not have been aware that council might choose to reduce the scope seriously so that their plans for their future property were going to be impacted by this, and the Chief Community Planner has told us we're not facing any great time imperative and the costs of re-advertising are relatively modest, would you be prepared to amend your proposed amendment to require it to go back out for advertising? Would that be something that you would be willing to consider? Councillor Minson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Vernon. I do have principally those concerns I just outlined, that we continue to give permanent approval to properties in kind of far kind of areas of the town as well, not even just in these original 7 areas. So I do kind of have the inclination to pursue this now, and but without without the planning, I guess, technical opinion that this is a significant change and that the recommendation is to go back out. I guess in those terms, I would defer to the planning officer's recommendation that we do re-advertise. I guess I would then ask what.
Sorry, Councillor Minson. Councillor Gordon-Manley, is there a reason you have your hand raised?
Can I interject with a question?
Under the meeting procedures local law, you cannot interrupt another elected member whilst they're speaking unless you're to move a procedural motion or a point of order. So asking questions needs to await the end of the elected member speaking. Thanks. Councillor Minson.
Thank you. I guess, I was indicating that at what line do we, with this amendment, do we draw on this side of the line we're significant and on this side of the line we're not significant in terms of areas? Is it, if we take out Area 7, is it not significant? If it's 20 years instead of 10 years, is it not significant?
I pose that as a question to the Chief Community Planner. Mr. Doy.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. It's a wicked question, which is maybe why planners before my time have not sought to give us some direction both within the planning regs and the local planning policy. And the answer that you don't want to hear, unfortunately, is it is at the discretion of council. My professional view is that where a change is quite material, and in this instance, I think where the amendment is proposing the removal of 4 areas out of the policy, 3 or 4 areas out of the policy, as well as a time frame for development approval. I would say that is, in my professional view, a significant change to the policy. Yep.
Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Minson?
I guess to go back to actually answering your question, I guess considering that and considering my personal opinion, is that we are that the planning policy as proposed to be amended would be it significantly operate in the same function as what was advertised. With a reduction in areas and a reduction in times, but these are kind of just variables within the framework of the planning policy as advertised. So my opinion is potentially that it's not significant. So I may request that potentially that you move an amendment to my amendment, and then we can all vote on it to get everybody's opinion on whether or not we should advertise.
Well, the problem is, Councillor Minson, you can only have one amendment on the floor at a time. So I have asked you a question to which I think the answer is pretty straightforward. It's either yes, I might consider it, or no, I might not. And depending on your answer will determine what I do next. So I've asked you if you'd be willing to consider it. If you said you were willing to consider it, then I might ask you if you would like to make that as part of your amendment with the consent of your seconder. And if they did not, then that might determine my next course of action. But I'm not going to continue to outline for you what all my courses of action might be, but that's what I was looking for, was to gain some sense of where you stood on it, noting that there might be other elected members who wish to ask questions as well, Councillor Gordon Manley being one of those people. So you might say, Councillor Minson, that you wish to reserve your position at this time because you want to hear what other people might have to say or ask questions about. So perhaps I'll go back to you. Which would you like your answer to be to my question?
Yeah, I'll reserve, I guess, until I'd like to hear from other people's opinions.
All right. Councillor Gordon Manley, you had some questions?
Mayor Vernon, in regards to the advertised period, I understand they can be 21 days. Would it have to be reflective of the previous advertising, or could it be matched to how we traditionally do it?
Refer that to Mr. Doy, because it is a planning matter after all.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Vernon. It is actually at the discretion, under the LPP 37, community consultation, it is at the discretion of council to alter the nature of the advertising. So that is open to council to determine how long.
Thank you, David. As a follow-up question, with the Christmas shutdown period and planning during that period, would we expect that time frame to be extended out, or would we continue to have the 20 days across that shutdown period?
So I will go to Mr. Doy, but we do have rules about not doing consultation on planning matters unless they are statutory state matters over the Christmas period. Mr. Doy?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Vernon. We would not start a consultation. It wouldn't be my professional view that we would start a consultation now for it to pause over the Christmas period and then recommence. albeit it would be open at that time, but it wouldn't count as our consultation days over the Christmas period. It would be my view, thinking about it right now, that we would start immediately after the Christmas period. Yep.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions about this item? Because I am noting the time we've reached almost 8:40, and this is past the normal time where we would have a comfort break. We obviously are in the midst of considering something, but I do want to know if there are any other questions, because I'd like to know that to manage things going forward. I'm not seeing anyone has an indication of any other questions. So again, for the purposes of trying to manage this efficiently, is there dissent to the proposed amendment by Councillor Minson? Because I need to know if there is, because that will tell me if we're going to debate. So I have an indication that there is dissent. So what I'm considering is, I do think it might be meritorious for us to take that comfort break now, because I can't tell how long the debate will take. And we have been going, as I say, for more than 2 hours. So if elected members are content with that, I am going to propose that we have a short 10-minute adjournment, and I'm going to move a procedural motion now that we adjourn for 10 minutes at 8:38 p.m. Deputy Mayor Miles, you happy to second that? Thank you. So that's moved by me and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Is there any dissent to that procedural motion? There being no dissent, declare it carried. We're now adjourned for 10 minutes. Thank you. We'll be back shortly. than anticipated, but we are in the middle of a current item which is 12.1, Adoption of Revised Local Planning Policy 31. So just prior to the break, we had an indication that there was dissent to the proposed amendments, so that does mean that we will go to debate. So we have had a speaker for, and from the mover and the seconder. So Councillor Ingram, you indicated that you were in dissent. Would you like to speak at this time?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. I have looked at this with some interest. I'm not necessarily averse to the idea of an upper cap limit on the STRA development approval process. I think that could actually fold into quite a substantial plan. I do prefer the idea of a longer one than, say, a 2-year or 5-year window, mainly because of the workload increase that was reflected on by Mr. Doy. I also had some pretty interesting... I was very interested in the exchange regarding the Curtin University Area 7 removal, as I think along the lines that perhaps it might actually be a very good location to provide that particular pre-existing lack of service that exists within the town for short-term accommodations in that area. But in essence, the fundamental reason why I would look at this and be more inclined to oppose it, and the reason I would encourage other councillors to consider opposing the amendment as it stands, is because it's a pretty sizable alteration from what has been put to the community, and to spin around and pivot on that contradicts council's stated positions regarding community consultation. It also would severely disadvantage those who may already be in process with development applications. I'm not too sure if they would just continue as is or if they'd be now placed under the new policies. But there are perhaps people that have purchased properties or look to purchase properties with the intention to be able to rely upon the draft policy. And without going back through the somewhat time-consuming process, even though admittedly there is no time imperative, I do think there's an issue that you will have members of the wider community having perhaps relied upon it and placing themselves potentially in financial detriment if we were to make this abrupt change at this 11th hour, so to speak. I would much prefer to see anything occasioning an alteration from the current motion being sent back out for community consultation. That's just my view on the matter. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ingram. Is there a speaker in favour of the amendment? Councillor Cruiser.
Thank you. Being aware that we are currently in a housing crisis and that if 1% of our housing in the town is currently being rented out as registered STRA, registered STRAs, I think that this amendment is a reasonable step towards freeing up more housing for people who live here and are going to be part of the community and integrated in the community. I do know that there are exceptions when it comes to registered STRAs, which allow for people to, for example, rent out their property when they're going on holidays for shorter terms, to rent out ancillary dwellings while they still live on the property, and take other measures like renting out a spare room without having to register them, which means that we can use underutilised space, or that our community can choose to use underutilised space to meet the needs of short-term rentals in the area. And in many ways, those are perhaps better uses of the STRA model, in that those often facilitate greater connections between people living in the community and the people who are renting from them, who might also be more likely to get recommendations, more likely to understand our waste management policies, more likely to know what's in the local area. When it comes to thinking about the possibility that people have relied on the draft in terms of their financial decisions, I will note that we probably wouldn't recommend that anybody makes significant financial decisions based on a draft policy, because of course anything can happen. The entire policy can be overturned and sent back to consultation. So I don't think that that is something that we should be very concerned about. I don't think that any residents or any non-residents should be making large financial decisions based on
Thanks, Councillor Cruiser. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak in dissent of the proposed amendment? Deputy Mayor Miles.
So, similar to Councillor Ingram, I'm not in dissent of the concept, but I feel in the same way that you said that is important for us as a town to go back to public consultation if we're making big changes. To me, it does feel like big changes, and I wouldn't want. It feels disingenuous, perhaps, or the public might perceive it to be disingenuous that we've gone and advertised and then changed a significant amount of the recommendations. So I think for me, I'd be more comfortable if we could keep these suggestions, but go back for public consultation and comment and just get the opinion of the community before we proceed. So sort of in dissent, if that makes sense.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Miles. Is there someone who now wishes to speak in favour of the amendment? Councillor Melrosa.
I will speak in favour of it, and I do acknowledge that the notion of going back out to community consultation appears to make sense from the outset. We should let people know that we might be making a big change, but I think we did actually let the community know we were making a big change by putting up this draft policy to begin with. This draft policy takes thousands of houses out of the opportunity of having an unhosted STRA more than 90 days. So I think when you look at how many people sent in their feedback, it's very, very small. So I don't really feel like the community overwhelmingly has a view on whether or not we are putting too much control or not enough control on STRA. And one of the things I think is probably most important is it doesn't stop people from having STRA. You can still have a hosted STRA, and you don't even need approval anywhere in Perth. So if you're happy enough to be living in your house and renting out a spare room, which I think is to its core the fundamental value of Airbnb, it stands for bed and breakfast, and that fundamentally means someone is living there and hopefully or potentially cooking you breakfast. So that opportunity exists for any single homeowner in the town. And that's actually the point we should really be trying to focus on, is if we want to encourage short-term accommodation rental, let's go back to the core value that Airbnb begun with, which was bed and breakfast. Now, you'd be hard-pressed to find any Airbnb offering that service. And that's a service we should push, and we could push it by actually taking this view, where if you want to run a STRA, then you be in that house with that occupant, and you run it through the spare bedrooms that you likely have in your house. I mean, Councillor Minson was making a point of most of these areas that he wants removed are family homes. So they're 3 and 4 and 5 bedroom houses. So surely the owner of that house, if they live there, could just, jump on board. I think, going back to the number of people that have sent in their responses, it's pretty low, I don't think we need to go out and measure the community sentiment again. We can see that there was a couple of people opposing the idea, and they were opposing the idea around things like equity. Oh, this is inequitable because it's not applied across the board. But, I mean, most of these people probably aren't even inherently residents of the town. They're people buying property for this purpose, and it doesn't matter where they buy it, whether it's in the town, whether it's in Canning, whether it's in Belmont, whether it's in the CBD. They're just going to go wherever the properties are available. So I think the notion that Councillor Minson's trying to get across is probably a good and sound one, is that we should think more logically about the community that we're trying to create. I think one of the other submitters said something about this provides good opportunity for economic development in the town, a place for people to stay, and there's no hotels. And well, that person's right. There's only one hotel that I can think of in the town besides Crown, and that's Carlisle Hotel. There's no other accommodation in the town. And my worry would be is if we allow STRA at the propensity that even this policy allows, then we will never get a business that will offer short-term accommodation in the form of a hotel anywhere. And there's probably even merit that, the town could operate something like that. They could build and operate some sort of short-term accommodation. So, I don't know, I think Councillor Minson's idea that we should get rid of some of these areas probably makes sense. My worry, and I've mentioned it before, is that we might let this get out of hand and then we'll have all of these little precincts full of straw. And I know what that's like because I've used Airbnb a number of times. I'm quite happy to use it, but I'm also quite cognizant of the issues. So when you go to an area that's fully strad, it's got no long-term people living in it, and it's full of people partying and doing all sorts of things, and it changes the demographic, and I think that takes away the level of community that I think we're all trying to aspire for in the town. So on that basis, I would support Councillor Minson's amendment.
That was lucky timing, Councillor Melrose. You were about to get the 10-second wind-up from me. You'd hit your 5-minute mark. All right. Look, I'll speak against the amendment. In speaking against the amendment, I'd like to make it clear I'm not against the intention behind removing some of these areas from the proposed policy. I'm not against the idea, which I think is quite sensible, that we, after a 12-month period, do not agree that thereafter the approval becomes permanent. I think it is important to have a review period. We don't know what the next 10 years are going to look like, and it's likely to be a different council sitting around this table in 10 years' time who might be thinking about this. Maybe a housing crisis, well, hopefully a housing crisis will be well behind our community and we might be facing other challenges by then. I will say it isn't for me the question about prioritising homes over commercial interests. The homes in our town are owned by a variety of people. Some of them live in our town, some of them don't live in our town. But even if you go and stay in a place for a short period of time, it is your residential accommodation while you are there. And what we do want to be is a place where there is some diversity of housing options, even if that housing is only of short duration. So I have been a long-time opponent of short-term rental accommodation in the town. I think Mr Doy will remember some of my many comments, and Councillor Anderson will, over the years, where short-term accommodation matters came to council, and I at the time was the lone voice in opposition. So it probably sounds somewhat ironic that now I might not be jumping on board to instantly endorse this. But my opposition is exactly the same as that of Councillor Ingram and Deputy Mayor Miles. It's about due process. And my concern is that we advertised a local planning policy to people that said we are looking at 7 areas in which you will be able to have unhosted short-term rental accommodation beyond the 90-day mark, and we will be considering that quite significantly mapped across the town. And I think to then turn around and say that when we had advertised it and we had noted what the submissions said, we then went and changed it. Now, if we were changing it in answer to the submissions that we received, that might be a different matter. But I do note, in answer to the point that was just made by Councillor Melrose when he said, and I quote, there were a couple of people opposing it. Well, I would remind you that there were 8 people opposed to it and 6 in support, and 5 who were neutral or unsure of how they could support it. And in terms of the suitable locations, there were 9 people who opposed the proposed areas and 6 people who supported them, and 4 people were neutral or unsure of where they stood on it. So, in my view, after having spent 8 years on council, the statistical significance of the number of people who choose to comment on our planning policies when we advertise them could never be said to be significant, because these types of policies regrettably never bring hundreds and hundreds of people forward desperate to spend a Sunday evening crafting their submissions in answer to our public advertising of our planning policy. If we propose to do something really controversial or something really interesting like rename a public park, I guarantee you we will get more people jumping on board to give us their views about it. So I've long since come to learn that the number of people you have who decide to make a submission does not equal your statistical significance of their interest in the item. But I'm more concerned that we make it clear to people that we did advertise it, we have noted their submissions, and now there is a view of council that perhaps there's 4 areas that should be removed from the proposal. And given that there is no time imperative us to pass this policy, there's almost no cost involved in going back out to advertising, and that there is a clear pathway to do that and to do it in a timely manner, I see that we lose nothing by it. And I don't think that if that process took even 3 months, we would see a massive overwhelming of the town staff with applications in the meantime, trying to get their applications in and dealt with. And I don't think at the end of the day the town would be unable to deal with such applications because we already have a policy, and this is about having a new one. So I feel like for those reasons there's a due process and a fairness, and there will be some people who will consider this as us attempting to infringe the rights of private property owners as to what they can do on their own private property. So for those reasons and those reasons alone, I'm not prepared to agree to the amendment at this time. I will foreshadow, however, that if this amendment were to be lost, I would be looking to move an amendment that indicates that point 2 of the recommendation would be amended to read, request the CEO to re-advertise the draft revised local planning policy with the proposed amendments contained in Councillor Minson's proposed draft amendment now. So that's it from me. So I'm now going to ask, is there anyone who now wishes to speak for the proposed amendment? There being no other speakers, Councillor Minson, take it away to close the debate.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I think it's been a good discussion, good debate. My opinion on the matter is that, similarly to Councillor Melrose's, that this doesn't constitute a significant change to what was advertised. We have gone down from quite a significant area that's the current planning policy to a reduced quite substantially 7 areas. Reducing again, is not actually a big percentage swing from what was originally what the original local planning policy was to what was advertised to what's amended here. That percentage is small. I would also acknowledge that there is, I guess, some small risks with delaying that we do end up continually approving these short-term rentals in the meantime. As we heard, we've had 15 applications since considering this policy of first putting it out to community consultation. So that's 15 properties now that are permanently approved, and it will stay that way. So we could face similar numbers if we again delay. And I'd also just like to point out that it is fully within our discretion to not re-advertise. It's not something that we can't do. It is within our kind of remit to make those changes and to not re-advertise. So I would encourage you to support the amendment as is, and just also like to acknowledge that the foreshadow amendment, if this were to fail, that I would support it. But hopefully we can get on with it with this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Minson. So it's now Councillor Cruiser.
Apologies, I know we were all looking forward to going to the vote, but I wanted to be clear on your foreshadowed amendment. Would there be any other changes apart from those changes to point 2 in your foreshadowed amendment?
No, it would basically be that point 2 would read, directs the CEO to re-advertise, or in fact it could just read that council approves the re-advertising of the revised local planning policy 31 blah 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 with the following modifications, and I would pick up all of the modifications that Councillor Minson has listed in his amendment. So that would be it. I wouldn't be doing anything else. It would just be tweaking those opening words to require the re-advertising. I would ask Mr. Doy, if that were the case, would there need to be anything else? You wouldn't need to order a report back to council. You'd do that automatically after the re-advertising was completed. But in terms of the matter that was raised before about the timing of re-advertising, when you said a council has its discretion to go less than 28 days, what's the minimum that council could approve? Because that might be a part of it, Councillor Cruiser. It might be directs the CEO to re-advertise it for this many days. Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. I was wrong with the 28 days. It's actually our standard amount is 21 days, and that's also a minimum.
Okay, so it would be, in that case, I would foreshadow that my proposed amendment would be to direct that the draft revised policy would be re-advertised for 21 days. Anything further? No? All right, so sorry, we interrupted the process for voting, so we're now going to invite you to cast your vote on the amendment only. For the record, I can't seem to cast a vote on this item electronically, so I'm going to verbally ask the minute taker to record me as against the amendment. Is there anyone else who's struggling to cast a vote electronically? Looks like falling to us all now. So on that basis, do you have any registered? So if you'd like to ask for your vote to be recorded.
And mine please be recorded as against. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Minson, you need to record your vote, please, orally.
For, thank you.
Councillor Melrosa, you need to record your vote orally.
Against.
Against the amendment. Councillor Cruiser, you were indicating you've been able to vote, or you still need to? No? All right, so it looks like we have everyone. And are we able to refresh the screen? It's almost a drum roll moment, isn't it? Well, I declare the amendment has been lost. Those in favour were Councillor Minson and Councillor Gordon-Manley, and those against myself, Mayor Vernon, Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor Miles, Councillor Ingram, Councillor Melrosa and Councillor Cruiser. So we now have the officer's recommendation is still on the table, and I am now going to move an amendment to the officer's recommendation as I foreshadowed. So it will be an amendment to point 2 of the recommendation to read as follows. Directs. And by the way, if the minute taker wants to just bring up and copy Councillor Melrosa's proposed amendment, and I'll tell you what words need to be changed. Sorry, Councillor Minson's proposed amendment that was just lost. If you want to copy that and paste it in, I'll tell you where the tweak needs to happen. So if you could insert the words before number 2 as it appears on the screen, you're going to say that point 2 of the recommendation is amended as follows. And then at the start of point 2, if you can delete the words adopts and insert the words directs that. So it already directs that draft revised local planning policy 31, unhosted short-term rental accommodation and residential buildings at attachment 1, pursuant to schedule 2, part 2, clause 4, subclause 3 of the Planning and Development Local Planning Schemes Regulations 2015. I'd like you to add the following words in after 2015. be re-advertised. For 21 days. And then that's the only thing you need to add into what Councillor Minson had, because then will read be re-advertised for 21 days with the following modifications, and everything that was in his proposed amendment will stay there. And I'm just going to check with Mr. Doy. That reads correctly. That achieves the end that it'll be re-advertised for 21 days with all those amendments proposed. It hasn't quite refreshed on the screen. There it is now. All right, so Mr. Doy has indicated that that's suitable wording for how point 2 will read. I will ask you, Councillor Minson, you content that what has come up is essentially your amendment, but with the re-advertising requirement for 21 days in it? I haven't changed anything else.
Can confirm. I can't see the bottom, but I assume that it's correct.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think we need to necessarily scroll down, but I think the minute taker can do that for you. There you go. Shows that it's all in there. And it's not yet carried 1-0. And Councillor Gordon Manley has not yet voted on it, despite it appearing that he has. Yes. So those who've noted that after point I, there should be a further subparagraph point called J. We'll have the minute taker fix that up in due course, but I don't think it's necessary for us to have that settled before we vote on it. Councillor Minson, would you like to second this? And you're welcome to say no if you don't wish to.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to second it. Looks very familiar. So.
All right, so Councillor Minson's going to second that. I am not going to speak on it because I think it's self-evident from what I've said before. Councillor Minson is seconded. Do you wish to be heard?
No need, thank you.
All right, formally I'm going to ask, is there any dissent to this proposed amendment? No, there being no dissent, declare the amendment is carried unanimously. Thank you. We now go back to the substantive recommendation as amended, and I'll formally ask for that. Is there any dissent? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. That was riveting. And I mean that in all truth. That was actually a great way to get through an item on our agenda, I think. So, noting that brings us to 12.2 on the agenda, which has already been dealt with by exception resolution. 12.3 has been dealt with by exception resolution. 12.4 has been already dealt with. It was brought forward earlier for the convenience of the meeting. Item 13, the Chief... Oh, sorry. Yes, of course. My mistake. Councillor Biondi. Got all about her. Oh, heavens above. Yes, I should say, good job the Chiefs were not asleep. I can confirm that Councillor Biondi has returned to the chamber, and my apologies, Councillor Biondi. I'm not going to say that I forgot all about you, but I did get a little excited, and after that item was dealt with, I carried on announcing other items that had already been dealt with. But I'll go back and say for everyone's complete benefit. 12.1 has now been completed. 12.2 and 12.3 are dealt with by exception resolution. 12.4 dealt with by convenience of the meeting earlier. We're up to the 13, the Chief Operations Officer reports. And item 13.1 is feasibility report to resurface the Kensington Bushland pathways. The recommendation, and this is a slightly revised wording. Actually, I do need to check on this now for just a moment. All right, so the officer's recommendation is that Council 1 receives the feasibility report to resurface the Kensington Bushland pathways. Secondly, endorses that the town progress the installation of a remediated limestone path within Kensington Bushland. And 3, lists for consideration in the 2026-27 budget a nominal amount of $150,000 to undertake remediation of the limestone path within Kensington Bushland. Look, can somebody please tell me, do we consider $150,000 as a nominal amount? Because I'm not thinking it sounds like one, so I'm thinking it should just be listed as an amount of $150,000 rather than nominal amount. Ms. Lebickers?
I think the word nominal was because we've done order of magnitude type costings. So I think it's...
You wish to keep it? Okay. We'll take it that you wish to keep it in. All right, so everyone's heard the officer's recommendation. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. If anyone can't register a vote, you need to let me know now if you're still having trouble. All right, that is moved myself, Mayor Vernon, seconded Councillor Cruiser. Now, Councillor Anderson, I understand you have an amendment that you would like to make.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make an amendment that point 3 of the recommendation be amended to read, lists for consideration in the 2025-26 mid-year budget review a nominal, we're going with that, amount of $150,000 to undertake remediation of the limestone path.
All right, thank you. Do you want to read out your reason for moving that amendment?
Sure. To ensure funds are available so the work can be completed concurrently with the Ken Street Sandpit project.
All right, thank you. So I'm now seeking a seconder, please, for that proposed amendment. Deputy Mayor Miles.
If we're saying this for consideration, do we then need to specify that if that doesn't happen, it goes to the budget, or does that not matter?
So, no. The formal process is when we don't have the budget, we're talking about a future budget, is to request effectively the CEO to list the item for consideration in the budget. The fact that council has resolved to do that, yes, it is true that during the budget deliberation process, there may be a potential that other priorities end up taking over and everyone agrees through the adoption of the budget or a mid-year budget review that they're not going to proceed with that at that time. That still does reserve that right technically. However, the fact that council wanted it listed for consideration is our way as elected members of telling the administration what they should put in essentially our budget, but which they prepare, because they prepare it without our input unless we request them to consider things in it. So they will now prepare it with this in it if this amendment gets up, and then we will have the opportunity to vote on it. So that's the technical issue. But I do still need to seek a seconder for Councillor Anderson's amendment, and hopefully that's been recorded, hoping something's come up. So that has been seconded by Deputy Mayor Miles. Councillor Anderson, did you wish to speak further to your proposed amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, after questions being asked at the ABF and responses from the staff in regards to it would be important to have the funds available so that the projects could be run at the same time and it would make sense from an efficiency perspective. So, which is why I put the amendment forward. But I also just want elected members to know that this has been a two-step process in creating a accessible or universal access for the Kensington bushland. Just briefly, back in 2021, I put an amendment up for there to be an access into the bushland because there wasn't universal access. If somebody with the mobility equipment wanted to get in, there's a gate and you needed to arrange for a ranger to be unlocked. So generally, there was only access during organised events. So through that, I was able then, and council supported it. So within about an 18-month period that went through, the CEO at the time came back with a report and the accessible entrance into the bushland was created, which is fabulous entry. And then I remember going in and thinking, I feel like I'm a road to nowhere because trying to get around was really difficult. So that then started the conversation with staff about how to improve the pathways. And that was in 2023, which then led to the notice of motion in 2024. So it's been a process and well thought through and collaborated well with staff. And this is where we are now. And I hope that elected members support it as we go forward. I think it's really important.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson. Deputy Mayor Miles, did you wish to speak on the proposed amendment?
No, thank you.
All right. I do have a couple of questions about the proposed amendment. So first question is for the Chief Operations Officer. Noting that if this is listed in the mid-year budget review, that actually doesn't go through the full budget process but will come as a report to Council next year in either February or March. Is it your understanding that the works for the Kensington Bushland pathways will likely come after the Kent Street sandpit site works or beforehand?
So with the sandpit at the moment, as I put in the additional information, there was the geotech demonstrated that the path alignment was actually on unconsolidated ground. So the advice from the procurement team is that the extent of works that need to be done to stabilise that ground is beyond what we've tendered. So in all reality, we probably need to go to tender again. And if that's the case, then we would include this site so that they could come through together. I guess it was a long time going to tender last time. We are a little bit concerned that it'll be the 5th time this piece of work goes to tender as well, and what the market receptivity is. And I guess we were kind of thinking that it would, if the sandpit started in sort of April, May, then it would start to roll across into the new financial year.
All right, so based on that, based on your advice that's in the report, that there needs to be a go back out to tender for the Kent Street works, given that now has to occur, would it then be your intention to, when you re-tender, you'd be re-tendering for the whole lot, the new works for the sandpit site and the works for the Kensington Bushland at once?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, then my question to Mr. CFO is, if we were to list it in the mid-year budget review and it were to be approved and it weren't then expended by 30 June 2026, it would have to become a carry forward for works into the next financial year, which the Chief Operations Officer just indicated that's when the works most likely will occur. Is that right?
Correct. So if the tender's been awarded, if it's substantially underway, either complete or on the ground, or at least sort of commencing, yes, it'll be a carry forward. As soon as you enter into a tender and sign the contracts, there's a fairly strong intention you're going to do the work, so yeah, it'll be listed as a carry forward.
So then my next question is, if it were to just be included for consideration in the 26-27 budget as the officers propose, does that decrease the likelihood of it becoming a carry forward if we actually were to put it in the mid-year budget review in likely February, March next year?
That's probably a combination of the procurement timeline and the scheduling of the contractor. So if the budget review is done, say it's adopted March, it has to be done by March, so we use that as the worst case date. So by the time you do up the specs, it's probably issued back, I don't know if it's going to exceed the CEO's threshold. If it's under $500,000, the CEO could probably award that. So you're looking at probably April. So in all probability, even if we do the mid-year budget review, I suspect it will be a carry forward. And then if the contractor can get on site, I don't know, May, I don't know if it's an 8-week job, but it's probably getting close to that. Otherwise, if it's in the budget for next year, obviously that timeline does get pushed out, and we're looking at July, August, September, October or something. So there's probably a 6-month differential there, just off the top of my head.
All right, thank you. Question back to the Chief Operations Officer. The anticipated cost now with what you've found in the geotechnical surveying for the Kent Street sandpit site, plus the $150,000 for the Kensington Bushland, what in your view is going to be the likely total cost of the work or the project that you'd be going out to tender for? Is it likely to exceed the CEO's delegation?
Yes, I believe it will.
All right. So noting that you had said, and Mr. CFO had also indicated, if we went out to tender in, say, April of next year and a contractor was found to do all of the work, even if they were to start, is that on the basis that there's currently sufficient monies in the current budget to allow this project to start, given that it's now going to have a different scope and it's going to include the Kensington Bushland work?
Mayor, you are correct in the assumption I have made that it is all other factors are good to go. There's enough money with the $150,000 plus whatever's in the current budget. Obviously, if the tender exceeds that, we either come back and ask for more money in our bespoke budget review, or I guess the project is stalled again without sort of getting too far down the what ifs.
All right, thank you. So just so I understand this then, if it goes out to tender, and taking in mind the Chief Operations Officer's view that it's going to exceed the delegations, that will mean the award of the tender will come back to Council. And so at that time, Mr. CFO, we'd be able to do a budget adjustment if we needed to. Would that be right, for the additional cost over and above the money that's currently allocated in the current year's budget for this project?
Correct. So I would suggest there's two parts to this. So if you wish to do it through the mid-year budget review, we do that. So we have the authorisation, or the at least, I guess, in principle authorisation to go through the tender process, given the scope has changed. Then if there's a variation needed in a later date, we'll just deal with it as it is. And then we, with council, seek council endorsement either from a reserve or some other saving or whatever the case may be at that point in time.
All right, thank you. I don't know if that raised any questions for anybody that they wanted to ask, but I'm sure you'll have let me know if you have. So since no one's indicating they've got any other questions, I am going to formally ask, is there any dissent to the proposed amendment? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Go back now to the officer's recommendation as amended. And although I note that I didn't actually call upon myself or Councillor Cruiser to speak to the item, do you wish to speak to the item, Councillor Cruiser? Because I don't. No. All right, so I'm going to ask formally, is there any dissent to the officer recommendation as amended? No. There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. 13.2 has already been dealt with for the convenience of the meeting. 13.3 is dealt with by exception resolution, as has item 13.4. 14 of the Chief Financial Officer reports, noting that 14.1 and 14.2 have been dealt with by exception resolution. Item 15, committee reports, there are none. Item 16, applications for leave of absence. Do we have any applications for leave of absence? No, that's fine. Item 17 is a motion of which previous notice has been given. There are no such motions. Item 18, questions from members without notice. Who's got a Christmas question? No. Looks like everyone is well and truly finished and tapped out for the year. Item 19, new business of an urgent nature introduced by decision of the meeting. There is none. Item 20 is public question time, which I now formally open at 9:37 p.m, but noting there are no members of the public. Oh, there is a member of the public in the gallery. Oh, I've opened at 9:37. Would you like to ask any questions of us to the one person left in the public gallery? No pressure. Yeah, go on. Come forward. Remind us of your name and your suburb, please, for the record.
My name's Will, and my question is to the Mayor. What's your favourite Christmas song?
All I want for Christmas is, and I won't finish that sentence.
Thank you.
All right. There being no other questions from members of the public, I'll close public question time at 9:38 p.m. Item 21 is public statement time, which I now open at 9:38 p.m. Will, do you want to come back up and make a statement, mate? No, you're good. All right. Well, Merry Christmas. Thanks for sticking around. We'll close public statement time at what is now clicked over to 9:39 p.m. Thank you. Now, item 22, meeting closed to the public. We do actually have two items for which the meeting may be closed to the public. So they are 22.1.1, the CEO Annual Remuneration Compliance Review, and 22.1.2, which is CEO KPI 5, Senior Management Team Culture Quarterly Report. So I'm now going to move a procedural motion that Council 1 closes the meeting to the members of the public at 9:40 p.m. to consider items 22.1.1 and 22.1.2 in accordance with section 5.23 subsection 2 subparagraph A of the Local Government Act 1995, and 2 permits the Manager of Governance and Strategy and the Manager of People and Culture to remain in the chamber during discussion in accordance with clause 27 subsection 3 subparagraph A of the Town's Meeting Procedures Local Law 2019. Just checking with the Manager of Governance. Do I need to have the minute taker stay, or you're happy to deal with that?
It'd be better if she could, but
Yep.
would you prefer her to leave?
No, that's fine. I'm more than happy. So we'll just add that in after the Manager of People and Culture. Actually going to add in two more names. One will be the independent consultant and the minute taker. So that's the procedural motion that I'm moving. Deputy Mayor Miles, are you happy to second that? Yep. Thank you. Is there any dissent? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Since it is now 9:40 p.m. and we are now going to close to the public, I'll invite those members of staff who are not in the motion to please now vacate the chamber. Thank you. Yep. We'll note that Mr. CEO was not included in the staff to be permitted to stay, but he is now leaving the chamber as he's declared a financial interest in this item and the second item. All right, thank you everyone. And to those who have rejoined us on live streaming, we have concluded the confidential business of council, and council moved to reopen the meeting to the public at 10:35 p.m. So in accordance with 22.1.3 of our agenda, I'll now read aloud the resolutions of council that were passed during the closed session. In relation to item 22.1.1, council resolved to accept the committee's recommendation that council endorse the remuneration review compliance report for the CEO as determined by the committee, and secondly resolve that the report and its attachments remain confidential in accordance with section 5.23 subsection 2 subparagraph A of the Local Government Act 1995. And in relation to item 22.1.2, the CEO KPI 5 Senior Management Team Culture Quarterly Report, council resolved as per the committee recommendation to note the CEO KPI 5 Senior Management Team Culture Quarterly Report, and directs the CEO in relation to KPI 5 to focus future development improvements in the senior management team's maturity and cohesion, collaboration and culture on the GSI constructive styles, and to demonstrate in the next quarterly assessment the SMT's improvements in the measurements across at least 3 of the 4 constructive styles. And thirdly, resolves that this report and its attachment remain confidential in accordance with section 5.23, subsection 2, subparagraph A of the Local Government Act 1995. There being no further business of this council meeting, at 10:37 p.m, I declare this ordinary council meeting of the Town of Victoria Park, the last for 2025, is now closed. Thank you everyone so much for your assistance tonight, and to those who joined us in the public gallery and those who managed to stick around on live streaming, thank you very much. We wish you all again a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and we will see you in 2026. Thank you.
Councillors, staff, please be upstanding for Her Worship Mayor Karen Vernon. Thank you.